Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to CMC 2024. I see a lot of familiar faces who were here last year. Thank you for being here again, and the year before, actually, some of the faces. You should get like special discounts for being here for every single one. Maybe when it's year 10, you'll get it for free. I don't know. Okay, so we are still waiting for some people to arrive, but I think it's time for us to start. I would like to introduce John Muir, our MC. He will be taking you through the day today. Just a little bit of housekeeping. The bathrooms are through the back door that you came in on the left. There's ladies first and gents second. And I just hope you guys have an amazing time. And before I hand over to John, I'm just going to do a quick prayer, if that's okay with everybody. Lord Jesus, I thank you that we can come together like this and to share our knowledge and to, grow according to your will, Lord. Lord, I pray that the knowledge that is being shared will be well received and that there is an absolute peace and grace and mercy about the information. The people in this room, they work hard, Lord, and this is hopefully some blessing for them. I pray this in your mighty name. Amen. John. I will do it now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Gavin. So that loud fellow at the back there, we were at school together. We were opposite ends of the spectrum. He was the overachiever and I was thank you, yes, but notably so. My claim to fame before we start is I got the lowest mark ever recorded for maths in the history of Rondebosch Boys High School. 2%. In fact, it was such a remarkable achievement that I got 2 symbols on my paper, GG. For goodness gracious, this boy is dumb. My mother was summoned to a meeting with Mr. Bartman, who was the maths teacher back then, and he was very kind. He said, Mrs. Muir, let's just agree that your son is not a natural when it comes to maths. So your MC for today is not a natural when it comes to maths. We are starting a little late, so if I could ask the speakers to be mindful of their time, that would be wonderful. I was deciding, do I bring my Bible today as sort of the key link for the day? So I have brought my Bible. It's called The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. One of the best books written on just how to be a bloomin' decent human being. And not too long ago, I worked with the grade 7 prefects in waiting at Sun Valley High School. Not Sun Valley High School, primary school. We went to do a 2-day workshop, and we did a workshop on leadership from the book. All of you play a very key role in the mental health space. I was sitting with 2 colleagues the other day who are both psychologists, both clinical psychologists. And I was reminded of this, that you will always be your first patient. And so one of the things I want to make sure that you do today is to take care of yourself. And if you're feeling that you need something, I'm the person you ask. So if you need me to run and get you a cup of coffee, I can do that. I'm just not too good at massaging the neck, and it may not be appropriate either. One of the great things about this book is when you have ADHD like I do, you need a book that has lots of pictures and very little writing. But what is written in this book is quite profound. And so the boy and the mole meet each other, and they're sitting on a branch contemplating the magnificence of life in the universe. And the mole asks the boy, what do you want to be when you grow up? Which is a great question. And the boy answered, I want to be kind. And so one of the things I want to ask you to do today is be kind to yourself. Our first speaker You know, when you introduce speakers, you go and you look at their bios, and their bios are very impressive. We have some, in fact, everybody sitting here is very smart, very impressive, and we have Gavin. And it's now my time to get back at him, because he was head prefect. I was nothing on a zero. And, but one of the things about Gavin and his family is they've always been an amazing family, very spiritual, offered a lot of love and kindness. So I will be picking on him today mercilessly. Unless you guys feel like it's not good for his mental health, then I won't. So our first speaker is going to be speaking about achieving mental health well-being as a priority for leadership in life, and that is Barbara. And I looked through Barbara's bio, and I was like, well, what do I want to say about Barbara? So I found some words that I think describe the world that she lives in and the value that she adds. She empowers. She's a life and health coach, but very importantly, she's an agent of change for people that want to embark on a journey of change. That's right, hey, Bobs. Thank you. Thank you. I was trying to find something that I think best describes you. Are you ready to come up? Please do. Andrea, this mic, this one, if I press the button, is it on? Oh, yes, it is. You feel good? Oh, absolutely. She's going to use this mic.
Yeah. Thanks very much. I don't like standing in one place, and if I stand behind the podium, you won't be able to see me. That has happened at a couple of conferences. So it's an absolute honor to be here today and to share a little bit about the work that I'm doing. I'm going to try and do this really fast because we started late, so I hope you guys can listen fast. Okay, thanks very much. So what I'm talking about is something known as positive intelligence. And I've tried to put it in a nutshell, so you can rate me on how well I did at the end. So this material is from Positive Intelligence LLC in the United States of America. The research behind this was done at Stanford University, so I'm just acknowledging their work. So first we had, can press this slide. First we had IQ, then we had EQ, now we have PQ. Okay, everyone familiar with those terms? Okay, so this is going to be interactive because I'm not good at just talking. So questions that are up here, you can just indicate by raising your hand if you want to. How many of us experience some stress almost every day that diverts us from our main focus or our to-do list? Awesome. I'm putting my hand up too. How many of us have sleepless nights now and again, and then maybe even frequently? I can see I'm in good company. How many of us miss joyful moments in our very busy days? How many of us experience self-doubt on a regular basis? And how many of us have at least one relationship in our lives that we would like to improve but don't know how? So, if you can relate to those statements, sorry, if you can go. Oh no, you've gone way too fast. Can you go back to that slide we were on? Yes. If you can relate to one or more of these statements, now the next slide is a question. Comment. Welcome to the human race, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone have an idea or a theory why this is true for most of us. Just any... Sorry? Just life. The University of Life, Chantal, the toughest one. Okay. So a statement here that says, your mind is your best friend, but it can also be your worst enemy. So we have two very different regions of our brain, right brain, left brain. Our left brain is known as our survival brain. It has quite primitive structures. It's where our fight, flight, and freeze response comes from, and it's where our negative feelings and emotions come from, our left brain, because our left brain just trying to keep us safe, okay? It's kind of its main job. We also have a right brain, which is known as the thrive brain or sage mind. And our right brain is where empathy resides. So from EQ, we know that the right brain structures are in the middle frontal cortex of our brain, and it's our thrive brain. And that our thrive brain is motivated by love. Thank you. Any thoughts about that statement? Was there anything that was surprising for you?
I'll pick that up in a bit, don't worry. The way that I see mental health oftentimes, and the way that I approach it, is we recognize that life currently is extraordinarily stressful. We have stresses in the modern life that previous generations might not have experienced or have. We've kind of gone through a lot of different eras as the world has evolved. What has currently happened is that because of the amount of stresses and changes that happen in life, we often fall into a fight or flight state, just as a general state of being, which does mean, because of that, our brain is overly focused towards surviving the moment, and our processing ability and our ability to just organize thoughts and structure our interactions gets impeded rather greatly because of that. And I think with positive intelligence, it's a great way of learning how to counteract exactly that exact thing from happening in our daily life.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that. So many of us will say, I'm just in survival mode, particularly towards the end of the year. Okay, thank you for that. So the Research Foundation from Positive Intelligence, next slide please, based on 4 areas of research. So it's performance psychology. I left my laptop at home, so this is a challenge. This is easier. Positive psychology, performance science, neuroscience, and cognitive behavioral therapy. That is the research foundation that underpins what I'm going to share with you. Thank you. So they use something called factor analysis to understand how our brains work and why. And factor analysis is a research tool that discovers the root cause of any phenomenon that we might be researching, and it results in radical simplification, because many of these things are very complex. So here's an example. At the root of thousands of colors, there are only 3 factors. And you guessed it: red, blue, and green. That's what factor analysis does. So, yeah, this slide we can just skip over, actually. This has been done with, there's lots of people in America, and leaders and athletes. So there's lots of research data for anyone who's interested. So what I'd like us to do is to meet our amazing brains. Sorry, I need some water. I'm not doing very well. Okay, thank you. My bottle's there. Thank you. I have very bad allergies and asthma, and my mouth gets very dry. And I promise it's just water. Okay. So our left brain is known as our survival brain, and it's where our fight, flight, and freeze response comes from when we perceive danger. That's a well-known fact. Our left brain develops first during childhood, and the strengths of the left brain are language. And if you've had little children or been around little children, you know they start saying words and then parts of sentences and language, numeracy, rational thought, critical thinking, our ability to analyze, and also vigilance. So you may not know, but if you walk into your house, your brain scans the whole room, and it will pick up if there's a chair that's not quite straight. That's scanning all the time. Our brains are scanning all the time. It generates negative emotions through the function of the survival brain, which is quite a primitive structure, and the left brain is fueled by fear. Our right brain, or our thrive brain, middle frontal cortex, has all these amazing qualities. Empathy, creativity, gratitude is part of empathy, wisdom, courage, forgiveness, also part of empathy, intuition, decisiveness, laser-focused action, and blameless discernment. These are amazing qualities of our right brain, and we all have them. And our right brain generates positive emotions, and the right brain is fueled by love. Love for self, love for others, and love for life itself. Thank you. So I've just dipped into the neuroscience here, for those who are interested. The brain's plasticity does not decline with age. So many of us, can't teach old dog new tricks. Not true. And what brain plasticity means, we grow new neural pathways. So every time we learn something new, we grow new neural pathways. Any of you remember learning to drive a car? I remember being in the parking lot of Pick and Pay, and I was like, where do I put this foot and this hand? And within a very short period of time, I was driving to work without even remembering how I got there. New neural pathways, they're very handy. So do you know that we have mirror neurons in our brains? So mirror neurons mean that we mirror each other's energy, okay? So a colleague comes into work, and you go, good morning, and he goes, what's good about this morning? Doesn't make you feel great. I had another colleague who used to come into the office. I christened him Tigger from Winnie the Pooh, because he would bounce through the door and greet everybody. We mirror each other's energy. The left brain is a sequential processor. In other words, it processes information in sequences. It's a part of our mind that helps us plan for the future, set goals, and also remember and reflect on the past. Very necessary functions of our left brain. Where that goes wrong, or where that becomes difficult, is when we start focusing on what we regret and what we wish we had done differently, because we can't change it. And we start becoming very anxious about the future. Our right brain is always in the present moment, and it's a parallel processor. So it's capable of visioning a big future, and connecting many dots together. And it helps us keep calm, because when we center ourselves, whether it's in prayer or meditation, you will notice your anxiety levels go down. It's because you are in the here and now. And it helps us to get in touch with what really matters in this situation or challenge that we are facing. The left brain also has a nasty trick. It multiplies negative triggers by a minimum of 3. So when something happens, your left brain is always overreacting because it's trying to keep you safe. And negative feelings and emotions are generated by the left brain, but it's most important that we remember this. The functions of the left brain are all strengths. They're all strengths, and we need them. But due to our upbringing, as you referred to, we learn to overuse them. So it's just a little bit too much. That makes sense? Okay, thank you. So at Positive Intelligence, they've taken cognitive distortions, which I guess many of you are familiar with from CBT theory, and they've given them names. So the first one, the primary saboteur, is the judge. And this is the part of us that judges ourselves, incompetent, nothing you ever do is good enough, self-doubt, frustration, anger, all that stuff. We also judge others negatively sometimes. I did judge someone in the traffic yesterday. It was quite interesting. But I recovered quickly. And we also judge circumstances as bad, bad, bad. That is what our internal judge does. I'm bad, you're bad, circumstances are bad. Thank you. So they've come up with the judge as the primary saboteur, 9 other saboteurs, I'll mention a few just now, and then they call the right brain the sage mind or the thrive mind. Thank you. And this is just to repeat, saboteurs motivate us through negative emotions, sage motivates us through positive emotions. The negative emotions are fear, stress, anger, guilt, shame, frustration, insecurity, self-doubt, anxiety, regret, and I'm sure there's a whole lot more. Okay, so a question. Are negative emotions good for us? Can hit the slide. Negative emotions are good for us to the same degree that our pain response is. If we put our hand on the hot stove, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to pull it off. But if we stay in negative emotions, it is really like holding our hand on the hot stove. And it's not a good place to be. So, as I've said, the negative emotion, and I'm sure some of you might have experienced this, disables our ability to see clearly. So we lose our focus, brain, just a lot of noise. And also to respond with empathy. So when we're in full-on left brain mode, we switch off our right brain. It's very difficult to access empathy, curiosity, creativity, and laser-focused action of the right brain. Okay, so we just kind of stay in a panic, or very sad, or very angry. I got amazingly angry with someone who just pulled out in front of me on the N2 yesterday. So, saboteurs might generate success. And many people have said, and even my clients, but it's good to push ourselves. It's good they will generate success, but not happiness. And the brutal energy, and I'm using the word deliberately, of the left brain from my own life has pushed me into burnout and depression and anxiety and a breakdown. And I'll tell you why that happened. My top saboteurs, hypervigilant. Hypervigilant means you are worrying and anxious all the time. What was I worrying about? I was worrying about failure. I was worrying about letting people down. I was worrying about not doing good enough. Hypervigilance, hyperachiever. The more I achieve, the more recognition I get from people. So it's feeding an ego need. I want to be recognized. I want people to think well of me. Pleaser, the pleaser saboteur is the part of us that just loves being altruistic and doing things for other people, but at our own detriment. So that can also lead to burnout. And then the avoider. So the avoider is the part of us that just avoids anything unpleasant. So, and we all know, though, that if we avoid things for long enough, it's going to blow up, and then it's going to be much worse. So it is brutal push energy. And the sage mind, or the right mind, generates your highest success and sustained calm and happiness. And the sage mind, the right brain, has inspiring pull energy. So the way you know that you're in right brain versus left brain is if you're feeling inspired, excited, joyful about what you have to do, rather than, I've got to do this. Push, push, push. Thanks very much. So this is a little allegory, really. I don't know if any of you have heard the stallion story before. So there was an old farmer, and he lived on the farm with his adult son, and they had a beautiful stallion, really beautiful animal. And they used to use the stallion to go to market every week to sell the vegetables, and everyone in the neighborhood would remark on the stallion. And one day, the stallion was stolen one night. And the farmer's neighbors came by, and they said, this is terrible. Your stallion's been stolen. And the old farmer said, it could be good, it could be bad, I just don't know yet. About a month later, the stallion returns to the farm, and he brings a whole herd of horses with him. And the neighbors come by, and they say, that's wonderful, you got your stallion back, and now you've got a whole herd of horses. And the farmer says, it could be good, it could be bad, I just don't know yet. The next thing that happens is the son used to ride the stallion, and he has a very bad fall and breaks his leg very badly. And the neighbors come by and they say, this is terrible. Your son's broken his leg, he can't help you on the farm, how are you going to cope? And the old man says, it could be good, it could be bad, we just don't know yet. And then about a month later, some government officials come to the farm. They're recruiting soldiers, young, fit soldiers, to go to war. And of course, the son can't go because he's still recovering from his injury. And the neighbors say, that's wonderful. Your son hasn't been conscripted. Okay? And by now, you know the answer. The old man says, this could be good. It could be bad. We just don't know yet. And what the story is telling us about is that there are many of our circumstances that might appear negative or bad, but in the end, we might benefit from them. So it's really important not to judge circumstances, but rather wait to see how things work out. And our brains are very powerful, guys. If your brain says it's bad, 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 it's going to be bad. And if your brain says it could be good, there might be some opportunities here, then you will find them. That is how powerful our minds are. Thanks very much. So mental fitness or positive intelligence, we define as our capacity to respond to life's challenges with a positive rather than a negative mindset. I always like to say we live in a crazy world. You never know what's going to happen. Last Monday, I set one of my gas heaters on fire. That wasn't a good moment, and that was bad, bad, bad. But I'm fine, the house is fine, everything's sorted. So the impact of mental fitness is peak performance, and the reason why you start performing better is because when you're in our right brain, we've quietened all that negative chatter. And it's amazing when you start becoming aware of how many negative voices there are in your head, telling you what you're working on is not going to be good enough, telling you all kinds of stuff. When that's not there, you can focus and your performance improves. Peace of mind and wellness. There's a saboteur assessment you can do. When I did mine, I was hypervigilant 10. Just freaked out most of the time. It's now my lowest saboteur score, kind of 1 or 2. So increased peace of mind and wellness and healthier relationships. And I'll explain that now. So how do we learn to apply our Thrive mind, brain, to life's challenges more frequently? The way we learn to do that is by growing new neural pathways. Thank you. So, as I've said before, we have 9 saboteurs, and just see if you can relate to any of these. So we all have a judge, avoider, controller, hyperachiever, hypervigilant, victim, stickler, that's the perfectionist who says, if I don't do it myself, never going to be good enough. But they actually really struggle to finish something if it's extreme. Restlessness, restless people, part of their brain, they're just looking for the next fun thing to do, and they really struggle to focus on what they need to focus on. The pleaser I've explained, and the hyper-rational. Hyper-rational, we need our rational minds. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But if we're hyper-rational, we try and rationalize everything. And trust me, you cannot rationalize everything in the crazy world in which you live. We cannot. But hyper-rational people work very hard at doing that. So the first step in the operating model is to identify your top saboteurs. And there is an online saboteur assessment that helps to identify top saboteurs. So that is our first step to building mental fitness. And you can speak to me afterwards. I can give you details. Thank you. The next step, step 2, is intercepting the saboteurs. Notice that they're there. And then start to build what they call the self-command muscle. So the self-command muscle you build by noticing your saboteurs telling them to stop lying to you and go away. They're always lying to you. And you do 10-second sage steps or 2 to 3 minute mindfulness exercises, PQ calls, gym sessions. And you will quieten the saboteur region of your brain. And in doing that, you will amplify the sage region of your brain. So it's very interesting. People I've coached, lots of them, after about 4 weeks of coaching, they will say, you know, I used to get freaked out in the traffic. Every day I had to drive to work. And I'm totally calm now. It doesn't bother me at all. You've grown a new neural pathway. You've realized that it's not helpful. I also saw some research from a UK university about a journalist, and they put her on a program testing her brain, how it works, neuroscience, 15 minutes meditation a day for 6 weeks. When they did the MRI scan, some of the structures of her left brain had shrunk, and she had grown visible new neural pathways to her right brain. I mean, that is just so awesome. I've also experienced, just in learning to do this, I had a crazy year last year working for people in Papua New Guinea and Australia. I was getting up at 6 a.m. in the morning, and cold winter, I would just be grumpy. And why did I do this to myself? And I would rush downstairs to just make a cup of tea before the meeting started. And the one morning I was top of the stairs and I thought, why are you rushing? So I forced myself to walk calmly down the stairs into my kitchen, put on the kettle, made myself a cup of tea, same 10 minutes, experienced completely differently. And I showed up for my meeting calm, clear-headed. So this really does work. And this is guided by an app that Positive Intelligence have, and it's available from Google Play Store or Apple. The third step to growing mental muscles are engaging with your sage powers. So they have taken all the amazing qualities of the right brain, which I listed earlier, and they've broken them down into 5 sage powers. I'm not going to go into them too much, but empathy, we know, exploration is curiosity, the profound, deep curiosity about what has happened without any negative emotions. And it's amazing what you can discover. Innovation and creativity, you learn how to trigger that consciously in your right brain. Navigate is the ability to keep us in touch with our meaning, our purpose, and our values. And when we're facing a challenge, to ask ourselves, what really matters here? And then finally, activate. We talk about the laser-focused action of the sage. Because when you're in that mode to do something, there's no negative noise. You've come up with some awesome solutions, and you're just going to deliver it. Thank you. So there's a 6-week foundation program, and weekly videos and teaching moments in the PQ app. Daily exercises spread out over your day, 15 minutes, all adds up, and then 1-hour coaching session, and preferably in a small group called a pod. Because when you have 5 to 7 people all experiencing this together, you learn a whole lot more than if you meet one-on-one with a coach. But I do one-on-one coaching as well. Thank you. And then from that week, you move into what we call the Grow program, and you just build basically on what you've learned. And life application is from stress management to persuasion for those of you in sales, to parenting, resilience, building mental resilience, whole lot of very useful applications. So the whole vision behind positive intelligence is that you build new habits, because if you do certain things every day in a routine, just for 10 seconds, that's how we build new habits. And when you do your PQ reps 3 to 4 times a day, you're building new habits. And so it becomes a habit for life. Thank you. So the PQ promise is that learning positive intelligence will improve one or more of these areas in your life with a 90% probability. In a nutshell, a calmer, happier, increasingly productive you with improvement in your relationships. So our sparky relationships are when we're both in saboteur. So if someone comes to me in saboteur energy and I respond from saboteur energy, and we're both judging each other as wrong or bad, becomes an argument. We make no progress. Thanks very much. So a couple of case studies. These are true. I've just left out the names to protect innocent people involved and not so innocent. The first one, my client had 3 sons, and at the time of this event, she was having to get them ready for school every day. If you're parents, you know what that's like. And yeah, for all the moms out there, no mean feat. As usual, her middle son was late again. After calling him and getting no response, she went into his bedroom to fetch him, and his bedroom was on fire. Her immediate reaction to that was, when she saw the fire, she started shouting at her son and slapping him about the head. By this time, the blinds were on fire. Her husband's response, he was actually in the bath at the time, heard the commotion, took a towel, wet it in the bath, walked into the bedroom, threw it over the fire, and then went back, got in the bath. Now, which of those do you think might be your sage response? The key thing was to put the fire out. There were lots of time to talk to her son about why it set the bedroom on fire. And her response wasn't helpful at all. My heater last week, my sage response was, I don't have a fire extinguisher, run to security at the gate and find us an extinguisher. That was really helpful. Otherwise, I think I would have panicked and all kinds of other repercussions might have happened. And the second one is a client of mine who he's from Malta, a small island of Italy. He's working for an automotive manufacturing company. He's based in Egypt. The HR director contacted me because this guy was just so stressed out and shouting at people. It just wasn't working. So I met with him, and then I decided I was going to use the positive intelligence program for him, because he was just this close to burnout. He was overreacting to everything. And Italians are quite voluble anyway, so can be a bit like a volcano. After a few short weeks, he was starting to manage his stress much better. There were a couple of, and more effectively with his colleagues, and even his wife said to her sister, we don't argue anymore. Then one day, he was in a meeting. Something had gone wrong with shipping automotive parts to a very important client in Europe. There were a couple of vice presidents in the room, the CEO CEO was there, the directors were there. They were all shouting at each other, trying to apportion blame, okay? Not looking for a solution. They were just, and so my client said, please excuse me. He got up from the meeting. He went downstairs to the production form. He found out what of the order was ready for shipping. He sent that off. He phoned the client and he said, the balance of the order will be there tomorrow. He then went home. At 10:30 that night, he was getting WhatsApps from one of the vice presidents about what had happened. He didn't respond. He just went to sleep, slept like a baby, went back to work the next day. And everybody was like, what happened? And he said, I just fixed the problem. And when he told me that, I was like, wow, that is really taking Sage to the next level. But that is the impact that positive intelligence has had on his life. And I've got many more, but I just thought I'd share those two. So the PQ promise. Does this sound too good to be true? From my own experience and many of my clients, for once, this is not the case. Thank you. So in conclusion, quote from a Chinese philosopher, very well known, if you want to awaken all of humanity, then awaken all of yourself. If you want to eliminate the suffering in the world, then eliminate all that is negative in yourself. Truly, the greatest gift you have to give is that of your own self-transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Let me have a quick honest question, because it may only be me. Everyone's heard of IQ, EQ. Did anyone not know about PQ? I'm very grateful that there's EQ and PQ, because my understanding is you can grow in both. IQ, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Just to give you an idea of how the program's going to work, Robert's going to come up now and talk about transformational leadership. And then we're going to have a comfort break, about 15 minutes. And then after our comfort break, tea break, Noshina will come up and talk about mental well-being and the health continuum. Cornelius will then talk about neurodiversity. Nikki Seymour, is Nikki here? Nikki, do you have two surnames? Because I've got Seymour and Edwards. It's a different person. How to fool the MC. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Nikki, you're Seymour. And then we will have lunch, and then Gavin Fish after lunch will talk about, oh boy, exclamation mark. And then Wasim from Valkenburg Hospital will talk about making sense of mental health. Then we'll go into a Q&A session. So if you have aha moments or questions that you would like to push back to some of the speakers, please hold those till the Q&A session. Then I would like to ask those that are presenting, if there is an ethical or legal reason why we can't share your PowerPoint with the wider audience, please could you let me know that, because there may be some reason we want to respect that. But if I don't hear from any of you personally, then can I ask your permission to please share? Because there's some amazing nuggets that we want to go back and reflect on. So, love the story of the stallion. Stunning. It may be good, may not be good. Just some words that stick out about, or stand out about Robert is transformational change. And there's a lot, if you want to go read up about people's bios, please go on the CMC24 website. But Robert, we look forward to hearing from you. If we could ask you to come up, please. Thank you. I don't want you to short us.
Testing? Yeah, thank you. Good morning to everybody. Thank you, John. Barbara, wonderful presentation. Always will remember the stallion story. So it's with appreciation that I accepted this invitation to speak this morning, especially to the Family Council Centre and to Upside and to King of Kings. The last time I was at a leadership meeting like this, they had an icebreaker, and the person who designed the icebreaker didn't have a high EQ. So they said to the tables, please can you identify with an actor and then give the actor's name. And I had done something earlier in the morning and identified with Mr. Bean. So I said Mr. Bean. And this lady who hadn't done diplomatic training or wasn't, she said to me, oh, I can see the resemblance. And but she also wasn't trained in psychotherapy, so she didn't ask me why. Why do you identify as Mr. Bean? But in any event, it's very good to be here. We're going to be talking about, okay? We'll be talking about transformational leadership, and it's a really wonderful topic. It's quite relevant. Okay? Yeah, just one at a time. So it's quite relevant because we are living in a world of existential risk. If you watch the news, there's Cyclone Milton attacking the Florida coast, worst in a century because of global warming. We've got possible nuclear war. We've got possible nuclear proliferation if the leaders have to, unfortunately, leave very quickly. So we've got a great amount of existential risk. I don't think, if you look back in human history, there's always been times of great risk. But at the moment, for us, it seems that we are living in really perilous times. So in order to mitigate this global existential risk from nuclear proliferation and the nuclear war and climate change and all these problems, we need a rethink of global multilateral order. We're living in a world that is really, the equality in the power structures of the world are not there. We have a few global leaders that could be a source for a whole department in clinical psychology to study, and they would tick many of the case studies. And I think that yet they have so much power and they can destroy the world. Why have we got to this place? Thank you. So we have international law and we have international instruments that govern that, but they are not working. They are weakened by the kind of leaders that we have. So I think from the United Nations Security Council to all levels of governance at global, national, continental, city, organizational, institutional level, we need transformation. Everybody is in agreement about transformation. It would seem that the critical criteria for transformation is the quality of our leaders. And it would seem that we are not producing the kind of leaders that can manage the moral code, the levels of responsibility, and the existential risk that we are holding. So we've got a systemic problem in how we train, develop, form leaders. So we'll come back to that. So there are many types of leaders. So you get charismatic leaders, you get servant leaders, you get transactional leaders, improvised leaders, but you also get what's called a transformational leader. It's a particular leadership profile that one can study, that one can teach, and that one can encourage. So the idea is that leaders have not just one inherent natural style, but they can draw on different styles for different occasions. And we'll be unpacking what is transformational leadership. But at the heart of this is the formation of leaders. And I'll be talking a bit about that later today as well. You can't just have a kind of an assessment and say, oh, you this and you that, and this is how a transformational leader looks. And these are the kind of characteristics, these are the competencies, these are the capabilities, these are the behaviors. No. We need a different rethink of how we actually shape leaders. And so my wife is at a school, and they have a logo, a motto, a banner that says, training leaders to serve nations. So essentially, transformational leadership and leadership, and my colleagues will be talking a bit about this, the neuroscience. Leadership is something that is formed, and it begins in the early, even in the fetus. It even begins with epigenetics, the transference of trauma from one generation to the next. And so we need a much more comprehensive, complex understanding of a key strategic role, which is leadership. Because when leaders fail, whether it's in a family, in a relationship, and we're all leaders in our relationships, in our organizations, in our institutions, in our governments, on our continent and globally, the devastation and the fallout is immense. So the key is we need accountability. We need formation of leaders, and leaders need to subject themselves beyond the charismatic, beyond the personality, beyond the talent, beyond what they inherently think they have. They need to be shaped into the role and the responsibility that they occupy. And this is our role, this is our work as colleagues working in the field of mental health. So in this, there's accompaniment. It's a lovely word, to accompany. Leaders need accompaniment. Leaders need philosophers around them. Global leaders need philosophers, good philosophers. They need good sociologists, anthropologists. They need psychologists. They need economists. They need the thought leaders of the world that can journey and accompany them into the intellectual, emotional, spiritual, psychological, philosophical, and theological reality that they have to manage. And the reality that they have to manage is a divided one. And we will return to this. So let's start with existential risk. I think there's agreement that we are in trouble. So we are kind of waiting for the bomb to go off, and the question is, who's the bomb disposal unit? Who's going in to defuse this bomb? If I had to ask you in the room, who's doing that globally? Do you know? Is there anybody? So what kind of a society are we, where we're sitting in a room and there's a big bomb going off and we're saying, who is responsible? We don't know. We have abdicated responsibility for our own nation, our own society, our own world, by giving it to people that are nameless, unknown, and we're hoping that they've got the competence to dismantle this bomb. That is a huge responsibility that we as society, that we as thought leaders, that we as those who speak truth to power, we have an onerous responsibility to take that, to write about it, to talk about it, to engage in dialogue. So let's move on. So this is my world. I come from the world of diplomacy. It's an important world. It's a world where people sit and talk and listen. It is the beginning of listening to understand and not to respond. It is the language that we have as mental health practitioners. We need to listen to the other. We need to understand what are their interests, what are their issues. Where is the crucial conversation? Where is the fierce conversation, so that we are able to really understand and recognize that we have different interests. Fundamentally, we have different worldviews, we have different philosophies, ideologies, and if you start unpacking global, big issues, there are eschatological differences, the Judaic, the Islamic, the Christian, eschatological differences that have deep-rooted theological implications. You're coming in to try to solve political problems at a global level without the competency and the understanding of what is informing the conflict. So transformation really is, the best way is like an Uber driver. Where are you at? What are your coordinates? How can I meet you there? Where do you want to go to? And how can I accompany you to get you there safely? So that is what transformation in its essence really is. But the word transformation gives you a little bit of a clue as to why we are in such trouble in the world that we're in. Because we are living in a divided reality. We're living, first of all, in a world of inequality, unemployment and unemployability, and that is why the work of Upside is so commendable and to be supported, where the trauma that needs to be addressed for counseling and healing and education will come together. But it is a world that we need to be responsive to because it is a divided world. It is a world where the person in their brain is divided. It is a world in which their relationships are divided. It is a world in which we exist between the dream and the nightmare. It is a world that we need to address and to respond to at a neuroscience level, at a psychological, therapeutic counseling, at a coaching, mentoring, training level. We have to address what is a beautiful word called the metaxy. It is a word that means divided, between. It's a betweenness. So when you're working with a client or when you're working with someone, they are between. You have to find them in their betweenness. And then you've got to accompany them to their role. Because you can't stay in the gestalt, the buffering round and round and round, trying to make sense. You can't stay in an existential angst. You've got to get them into practical, pragmatic, what is the role requiring? Yes, I can listen to you, your thinking, your feeling, you can pontificate, you can go on about theories about everything. But at the end of the day, you have a performance obligation to play a role. What is that role? What is your performance? And how do we measure it to manage it? So that's the kind of world that we're in. A world of limited emotional resources. A world of limited, often financial resources. A world of often limitedness. So we create the abundance, we create the extra by holding each other in a place of let's measure it to manage it. Let's have that honest conversation. Let's dialogue. And let me listen to where you're at, because I have to accompany you to where you need to be. And where you need to be is your destination that your role requires. So in this, we all know that leadership has got competencies, capabilities, and things. It's got habits, leadership habits. It has atomic habits. James Clear's atomic habits. It has behavior. It has performance. And this leadership can be measured and can be managed. And this is really, really important to have this in place when you're dealing with governance and ethics, and we will discuss that later today. So let's move on, thank you, to transformational leadership, thank you. So this is a more complex, more academic Uber definition. Thank you, the academic science around transformational leadership unpacks it very nicely. They did research. They had assessment tools to determine what is a transformational leader and what are the competencies, characteristics, and they were able to draw out some patterns. The patterns are they genuinely are able to articulate. They can project a vision that is compelling. People can buy into it. They can follow it. They exhibit charisma. They've got a charismatic gift that can project energy, and people are energized and respond. Go back? Yeah, thank you. So they have an idealized influence. They can cast a vision and say, this is where we've got to go. This is the outcome. This is the good place. This is where it's safe. They can stimulate intellectual thought because they accompany the person in the complexity and saying, this organization needs to discuss the complexity, how we're going to get there. The church is in a situation, it's complex, how are we going to get there? It is the country, the mayor, I come from Swane, the mayor is sitting with that. So it needs an invitation to intellectual stimulation. And one of my writers that I like is Meister Eckhart, and he said that the intellectual is very sacred. It mustn't be diminished to see it's something of less value. The intellectual is very important as a place of sacred dialogue, thinking, and encounter, because it is where the epiphany, the inspiration of God lies. It's that ability to speak to a situation and say, fine, this is the way, walk in it. Right. So it is also about people. I think the worst leaders are charismatic leaders that don't care. They see people as fodder. They use them up. But it's all about them. They self-reference. They use every leadership situation as part of their CV. They use it to promote themselves, to build themselves. It's about them. But leadership, in its essence, is about others. Leaders need to be able to care for others and bring out the best in others. So when you're in good leadership, you flourish. You blossom. Good leaders make everybody feel you are the most intelligent person. You are the most creative person. You are the nicest person. You are the most valuable person. Bad leaders do the opposite, and good leaders stimulate individualized consideration. So, some thoughts. So, today is an important day for me. 20 years ago, I started an organization, and it was registered on this day 20 years ago. So I stand with you, thank you. I stand with you today, having had 20 years of experience in leading a social enterprise. And I've learned a lot. And the reason I told the story about Mr. Bean is there is some merit, perhaps, to the characteristics around that. But I must say that in this, thank you, I think that leadership is failing. And I think it would be wrong to say it's not. And if I look at the big universities, the Ivy Leagues, the top universities in the world, they are fueled by competitive advantage. It's the most terrible concept. Elitism, privilege. This is how you get into becoming a leader is through selective positioning, competition, and then you make it. But when you're in that university, you think you've made it. Oh no, you are the bottom of the social rank and you have to compete to get into special clubs, special places and that. We have constructed a society that, first of all, is not African. There is no Ubuntu, and we have forgotten what it means. And so we need to rethink our schools, we need to rethink how we do university, tertiary education, and how we qualify professionals. This is really significant. So there are some shifts, and I don't have an easier word. There's an ontological shift. We need to focus with the client, with the person that we're working, and stop fixating on what they believe. It is only a part of it. We need to come and focus on what does their worldview believe about them. So if you're a theist, what does God believe about you? If you're an atheist and you're an ideologue, what does your social or your worldview believe about you? If you're a naturalist, what is your worldview? If I don't get the metaxi right, the balance between what do you believe and what does your worldview believe about you, you cannot get into what Barbara spoke about is neuroplasticity. You can't get to positive intelligence and the rewiring of the brain unless you begin with a very difficult. Most people construct God. Most people construct themselves. And in this construct, they get trapped in existential despair because it doesn't work. There is no being, there's no resting, there's no abiding, because they're so busy creating. They're not living, they're building, they're controlling because of the angst. And so we need a shift ontologically on what does what you believe in you. The next big shift is epistemological. We have to shift from a knowledge-based system of putting knowledge into people to rather from information to formation. The big shift is how do we bring things out? So John was a really wonderful story that he shares about his childhood and his school experiences. But he's a gifted speaker, comedian, able to high levels of EQ, self-effacing, making you feel comfortable, making everybody feel very intelligent and special. That's a great skill. There's knowledge inherent, intuitive in people. We need the ability to find it. So when we're in relationships and they're breaking down and we're stuck, stuckness is part of humanness. We need to not look at people, but through people to see people. And when we're looking at them, what are we really trying to connect? With a magnet. So now Barbara spoke about the spoilers. What's the word? The saboteurs. The saboteur and the sage are magnets. The saboteur attracts negative. It pulls it out. It amplifies it. It polishes it. And it creates an identity for it. But the sage brings out something else. And you'll be seeing that people like Richard Boyatzis, they talk about the best version. What is your best version? What is your true self? What is your created self? I don't like the word true self because it implies that we are dual divided. And that's true, but in another sense, we're still one spirit. So we need to shift, especially at schools, from information-based to formation-based. We need to shift in churches and educational institutions from giving people information to working with people at formation. Big shift. The third shift is a phenomenological shift, and that is what you experience is your world. I can talk to you, I can tell you, I can share my world with you, but that's not what matters. What are you hearing? What are you experiencing when I'm speaking to you? When you're sitting with a person as a counselor or a therapist or a coach, it's what the person is hearing in their own head that matters. And this is quite complex because there are different conversations going on. Clutterbuck says there are 7. The client has a conversation before they see you. You have a conversation before you see them. There's a conversation in the head while they're talking to you. There's a conversation in your head. There's actually the stenographer's conversation, word for word, and then there's a conversation that actually they take away with them and that you take away with you. Which is the conversation that matters? Well, the conversation that the client has matters, and how they integrate that. So what we hear, what we think, what we feel matters less. And when you're in relationship and your relationships are falling apart or they're in distress, this is quite important to remember. So let's come back to this lovely word. There is dissonance in the world because we're told don't be a non-anxious presence and have intrinsic joy, where your joy is not determined by circumstances, but you have it irrespective because it's an internal orientation which gives you the stamina, psychological, emotional, to project harmony, shalom in the external. Well, that's a wonderful thing to have. It is an invitation that we have been given to have. But we need to know to get to intrinsic joy and to get to non-anxious presence is one heck of a journey. And wishful thinking and wanting it and desiring it is not enough. We need a roadmap, and you'll be speaking about the neurological, the cognitive neuroscience. How do you, and Barbara spoke about that amazing presentation, how do you reformat or reprogram or set your brain to understanding that you, as Viktor Frankl says, there's a gap between the trigger and the response. And that gap is your choice of freedom. You are not forced to respond to the trigger. You have an opportunity to wait, to breathe, to pause, to rethink, and to choose. And that agency to choose is where our freedom lies. That is very, very powerful. And then I always think of a triangle. There's a creation intent. There is the ideal state, the aspiration. There is the creation of a person. It exists for me in my worldview outside of time. It's where identity lies. It's where acceptance, recognition, belonging, and most of all, uniqueness. There's no copy. And if you could really sit with a person and really respect that and have a sense of that, your respect and value for them will be immense. Because they cannot become somebody else. They can only become themselves. There's no mimic. There's no copying. So how they become themselves is the transformational journey. It is the formation journey. How do you become you? Well, first of all, you need to know that you're loved. You need to know that you're beautiful. You need to know that you're incredibly amazing. The design of you is extraordinary. You need to know that you're accepted. You need to know that you're recognized. You need to know that you're affirmed and valued. And you need to know that you're unique. So don't compare or compete because it's pointless. Step into your own uniqueness. That's creation intent. But we need to address earthly lament. People are in pain. They are emotional, psychological distress because they're not coping with the dissonance between how it should be and how it really is. We are in relationships, in organizations, in our roles where the gap is too big. We can't hold the tension between the two. And that's where accompaniment comes in. That's where we come in as accompaniment. We have empathy. We have positive regard. We care. We understand the tension. We understand the dissonance. And we have the faith to know the creation, the best version exists, the default setting. So we accompany the person in proximity, in their pain, in their suffering, not to fix them, not to tell them what to do, because that's not our role. Our role is to sit with them in their suffering and hold the tension that there is a view, there is a vision of them that we need to find. It is the ontological, I believe in you. And that's what we hold in our accompaniment and in our sitting. And with that, sitting in the messiness of that, something happens that is transformative. It's the epiphany. It's the light bulb moment going on. And the challenge is not to have it yourself and then tell the client what it is, but to allow them to have it. Because if you have it and they don't yet have it, you go away feeling happy and all fuzzy, but you may not have really helped them. So that's really what I want to share. I will share a bit later, how do you manage ethics and governance and your own formation and transformation in a rule of life? How do you create it, structure it, build it, manage it, and every moment by moment, day by day, support it, build it, so that the soul that we are can also sometimes be in a cast, so that the brokenness that we have doesn't become something that we can't use our arm. It is something that is more managed. So that the risk of a rule of life is the religious fixation of it and making a person feel more inadequate and more of a failure, but that doesn't mean that it's not of value. So with that, I want to thank you. I hope I've caught up a bit of time. Thank you very much for your patience.
You know, one of the questions I asked myself was, where was Robert when I got married 35 years ago? And I didn't realize that there's a gap between the trigger and my response. I'm still learning that. Thank you so much. And, you know, I was thinking about Donald Trump while you were speaking. And I don't agree with his politics at all, but I think he's a very broken person. And I think a lot of the way he plays out comes from a deep sense of brokenness and sadness, which he won't talk about because I don't think he has the ability. But Robert, thank you so much. Very exciting. Back to the book, the Bible. Do you have a favorite saying? Asked the boy. Yes, said the mole. What is it? If at first you don't succeed, have some cake. I see, said the boy. Does it work? Every time. We're going to take a 10-minute cake break. Please have some cake. 10 minutes. Thank you. Can we please find our seats, family? Bring your coffee and your cake to the tables. It would be really transformational if you could find your seats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Robert, for finding your seat. It's transformational. I'm grateful. Our next speaker, if we could lose the music, Andrea. Thank you. Our next speaker is Noshina, and she's actually not here, but her talk will be in the form of a video. I just want to be able to, big shout out to the Family Counseling Center as well as Upside for being our hosts. And before we start, I'm going to give away 50 Rand. I mean, you can buy a cup of coffee with 50 Rand. But so here's the 50 Rand. I'm going to give it away to someone who believes they best deserve this 50 Rand. And you just have to quickly say why you think you best deserve this 50 Rand. Here it is. It's real. It's got a lion on and our favorite Mandela. Who believes they deserve this 50 Rand? Not that you've earned it, but you deserve it. Nobody. Okay, can you tell us why? Why not? I'll take why not. I'll take why not. It actually belongs to APSA. I just drew it out of the machine. Okay, so let's get ready. Oh, Andrea, are we ready to hit the go button? Fantastic.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Noshina Furcray, and today I will be presenting to you on behalf of the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness. The focus of my presentation will be on mental well-being, specifically looking at understanding the mental health continuum. So this is just a brief outline of the presentation. I will be covering very briefly our departmental strategy, the strategic approach that we have taken for mental health in the province, how we've prioritized mental health in the province, and then I will also introduce you to a framework for the expansion of psychosocial rehabilitation support services in the Western Cape. I will now go on to giving you an overview of the departmental strategy within our province. At this stage, the Healthcare 2030 strategy remains our departmental strategic focus. The vision for our department is to provide access to person-centered quality care, and our mission is to undertake to provide equitable access to quality health services in partnership with all relevant stakeholders within a balanced and well-managed health system to all people of the Western Cape and beyond. And our strategy is also underpinned by our values within the department, which include innovation, caring, competence, accountability, integrity, responsiveness, and respect. So, what Healthcare 2030 encompasses, we are looking at a person-centered approach to healthcare. We're following a life course approach. We're looking at integration of care as well as continuity of care. And Healthcare 2030 is a long-term strategy for the department and focuses on health and wellness rather than focusing on diseases. And the main aim is to improve self-management within our population so that our services are not just disease-focused and driven by treatment and curative means, but also focusing largely on promotion and prevention. Part of the strategic focus within Healthcare 2030 is looking at our road to well-being. So for us to be able to do that, we need to define well-being. WHO defines well-being as a positive state And like health, it is essential for both individuals and societies. It serves as a resource for daily life and is shaped by social, economic, and environmental factors. So, well being encompasses both quality of life and the capacity of individuals and communities to engage meaningfully and purposefully in the world. Prioritizing well being, therefore, enables the monitoring of equitable resources. Society's well being can also be measured by its resilience, the ability to build capacity for action, as well as the preparedness to overcome challenges. And lastly, well being serves as a catalyst for policy alignment and promotes unified action. And based on this definition of well being and the fact that health and well being is not just focused on diseases, we have then developed a strategy that focuses on health as everybody's business. And so, where do we want to go as a department? Taking into consideration that we only cover a portion of what is required to ensure health and well-being for our population. So we want to support people to live healthy and longer lives and improve the health socioeconomic outcomes of the population as a whole. We want to make the people we serve, know that they matter, and that with every human contact, we want people to feel welcome. We want them to feel a sense of optimism and a sense of warmth. We also aspire to become a health system that is people centric, that is trusted and equitable, and built on caring and competent and an empowered workforce. We want clean governance, we want innovation, we want accessible service delivery, and you want a health system that services you. Our goal is to provide the right care at the right time in the right place, and we want to put people first. And we understand that this requires us to do and be differently. And as individuals and as a department, we know that the change starts with us. So we want to work with community members, with community structures, with partners, um, and with various stakeholders that contribute to health and well-being. And together we can work towards staying healthy as a society. So I know we are well past the COVID-19 pandemic, but we are still suffering from some of the consequences that the pandemic had on our citizens and our population. And I think a key learning for us in the department was the role of socioeconomic conditions and the social drivers in overall health and well-being. And it's not to say that we didn't know it before, but I think the pandemic just made it more real for us to acknowledge the importance of context when we address health and well-being. So if you look at the diagram on the right-hand side of the slide, you will see that clinical care only accounts for 20% of the total drivers of health, with health behavior accounting for 30%, social and economic environment 40%, and the physical environment only 10%. And this has made us realize that to be able to address health and well-being, we cannot only focus on clinical or medical care or that 20%. Um, Socioeconomic conditions have worsened significantly, and the baseline for social determinants has reset to a higher baseline than prior to COVID. So we really have a strong case now for fundamental health system reform together with societal reform, and that's also premised on equity and social justice. So now let's move on to the strategic approach within the department. So based on everything that I've told you, spoken a lot about health and well-being, but what does this mean for mental health? So WHO defines mental health as a state of well-being that allows individuals to cope with normal stresses of life, reach their potential, learn effectively, work productively, and actively contribute to their community. Mental health needs to be addressed through a population-based approach. We need to use knowledge and evidence from research to solve public mental health problems. We also need to engage with the political, economical, and ethic dimensions of the choices um, underlying mental health care. We have the objective of achieving equity in mental health and mental health care using a primary health care approach. to healthcare systems. We also want to improve on our promotion, prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation services. And then lastly, we know that mental health cannot be separated from physical health, and therefore there's a need to integrate mental health into overall healthcare and making sure that appropriate resources are allocated then to mental health. And so that brings us to our mental health is everybody's business framework. Um, and this really says that mental health, poor mental health, is not limited to people with a psychosocial disability. And anyone really can experience poor mental health when stresses become overwhelming. And once again, we're seeing that the COVID-19 pandemic really brought these mental health concerns to the fore and focused on how the effects of the pandemic really exacerbated existing drivers to poor mental health, and that it's likely to have a significant implication, particularly for the vulnerable communities, and that to address this, we cannot stand alone as a department. So we need to address mental health and the mental health needs of our people using a whole of society and a whole of government approach. And this really requires a redesign of service provision across all sectors when it comes to mental health. And we know that interventions need to not only focus on treatment, we need to focus on health promotion, prevention, psychosocial rehabilitation, and then obviously treatment is part of the holistic package of care. So for us to be able to do that, we need to understand the mental health continuum and really differentiating between mental health and mental illness. Oftentimes the terms are used interchangeably, but it's actually two very different concepts. And the diagram or the table that is on the screen really tries to illustrate the difference between mental well-being and mental illness, and that it emphasizes the fact that we can all be on this continuum at anywhere on the continuum at any given time, depending on the stresses we are experiencing. And so, if we are fairly healthy, functioning normally, we're still experiencing stresses, but it's not really affecting our daily lives. Or even if we are under stress, but it's common and reversible distress. So we are reacting to things that have happened within our lives. Um, we, we require support, but we don't require maybe professional care. So self-care and social support will still help us deal with the stress that we are encountering and help us overcome that. However, when we get further onto the right of the continuum and become injured or ill, it really starts affecting our functional abilities and causing severe or significant impairment that would require us to then seek professional care. And so, if we understand mental health as occurring on the continuum, we need to make sure that the services we provide are then able to address the needs of anyone that finds himself anywhere on the continuum. I'm now going to provide you with a snapshot of the three-tiered model that was developed as the department worked towards the prioritization of mental health. This is the three-tiered model that was developed as part of the Provincial Western Cape Mental Health Steering Committee, and it's an intergovernmental forum that's attended by the Department of Health and Wellness, Department of Social Development, Cultural Affairs and Sport, local government, Department of Education, and also the Department of the Premier. And this steering committee came up with this model where the focus is firstly on community level interventions, so it's looking at promotion and prevention activities to keep them mostly healthy. Then we have tier 2, which is our general professional interventions, and this is to be implemented by professionals who are registered with the Health Professional Council. So it's your allied health workers, your psychologists, registered counselors, and this is a more professional intervention that is provided, but it can be provided within a facility or in the community. And then tier 3 is the specialized intervention tier, which is normally facility based and within specialized or regional hospitals. And so, with all of this work that has been done over the last few years, we have established recently a framework for the expansion of psychosocial rehabilitation and support services. So, psychosocial rehabilitation historically has focused primarily on mental illness, and it is known as a process that facilitates the opportunity for individuals who are impaired by mental illness to reach their optimal level of functioning within their everyday lives. And we focus on 4 life areas: living, learning, working, and socializing. So it implies that people living with mental illness would then receive psychosocial rehabilitation, and the interventions focus on improving individual competencies as well as looking at environmental changes that can support the person to improve their quality of life despite a disability or mental health condition that they may have. And interventions that are normally associated with psychosocial rehabilitation would include, but are not limited to, awareness raising, psychoeducation, life skills training, symptom management, vocational training, support, and advocacy. So we are saying within our department that whilst the principles of psychosocial rehabilitation historically have been aimed at people with mental illness, it can be adapted and applied to support a wider range of individuals who might find themselves um, more towards the left of the mental health continuum that I have just presented to you. So if you look at the principles of psychosocial rehabilitation, it really is looking at well-being, skills building, social support, and empowerment, which can benefit a wide range of individuals. And here are just some of the examples. So people are going through life transitions such as retirement, career changes, entering new phases of life. And even across the life course, every age and stage of development brings with it a different set of challenges and transitions. So these can also cause a certain amount of distress and would require psychosocial support. Additionally, physical health challenges, so people with HIV, with TB, with cancer, they need to adapt to their circumstances and they need to adapt to their diagnosis and come to terms with it. So they also need psychosocial support to help them cope with their overall health and well-being. Substance use and addiction. It's also something that is really impacting our communities within the Western Cape. So building skills, establishing healthy routines, developing support systems and recovery in that space can also make use of psychosocial rehabilitation principles. Adjustment to major life events, coping with traumatic events, setting career and educational goals can also be a stressful or distressful um, period within people's lives. Um, looking at social inclusion and loneliness or the stigma that's associated with some of the health conditions that people experience also require psychosocial support. So I think if you just look at, and these are just a few examples, it is evident that the principles of psychosocial rehabilitation can be used to support individuals beyond those that are diagnosed with or who are experiencing mental illness. The theoretical framework that underpins our framework for the expansion of psychosocial rehabilitation and support services is occupational science, specifically occupational justice. So this construct originates from occupational therapy, but it basically focuses on risk factors and protective factors. So the risk factors we would refer to as occupational injustice, and the protective factors we would look at as facilitating occupational justice. We are aware within this framework that structural factors and contextual factors play a big role in how people adapt to their environments and how that impacts on health and well-being. So we would like to then use occupational justice as a tool to then promote mental well-being, and I'll explain a bit more about that in my next slide. So this diagram is probably a bit easier to understand, but we are trying to show how we can use psychosocial rehabilitation principles as a protective factor for mental health and well-being by taking our clients through a process of doing, being, becoming, and belonging. This requires us to provide our clients with opportunities to engage in meaningful activities. We need to be mindful of their roles and the responsibilities within their context, as well as the social cultural context. We need to treat them with respect, human dignity, and cultural sensitivity. And we are saying that if we are able to facilitate these interventions, we are then promoting occupational justice. And on the left-hand side of the slide, you will see the outcomes of not being able to engage in meaningful activities or occupations, as we would call it in occupational therapy. I would now like to introduce you to our bouquet of psychosocial interventions that makes up the framework for the expansion of psychosocial rehabilitation and support services. So first and foremost, we need to build community resilience, and this really becomes the foundation of the framework and of the bouquet of interventions. It looks at integration of mental health, at creating supportive, interconnected environments where individuals and groups are empowered to manage and thrive despite challenges. And it also looks at fostering strong social networks and encouraging collaboration through a whole of society and whole of government approach. And this really is required for giving effect to the other components of this framework. We've then separated psychosocial support from psychosocial rehabilitation, with psychosocial support aimed at those who are mostly healthy and focuses on the maintenance of functions. So it's holistic promotion and prevention activities to maintain function for those who are mostly healthy or coping with a long-term health condition that may or may not be related to mental illness. And then it's also for people who have a diagnosed mental illness but who are stable and who have been through rehabilitation and now require some ongoing support. We then have psychosocial care and rehabilitation, and this is really looking at improving the function of people who have been diagnosed with a mental disorder and who require interventions that can facilitate optimal levels of functioning and reintegration into the community. And so there's the medical or clinical care component of this intervention, as well as the rehabilitation component. We've then also included palliative care and the psychosocial support required in that space, knowing that the psychosocial support need within palliative care is very specific, focusing on grief and bereavement, quality of life. And so even though it is also considered psychosocial support, it's a very niche type of support that is required, and so we have included it as a separate entity within the framework. And then last but not least is employee resilience. So we know that to be able to address mental health and well-being, we need a workforce that is supported and that is also empowered to be able to address the complexities that come with mental health care. And so the final component of this model focuses on feeling, giving the employees a sense of belonging through feeling seen, heard, valued, and supported by providing effective psychosocial support through our employee wellness programs, and then also by providing sufficient training so that they are all upskilled and empowered to address mental well-being. So this brings me to the end of my presentation, and I will now like to leave you with just a few take-home messages from everything that has been discussed. So the key take-home messages from today's presentation are: mental health is everybody's business. There can be no health without mental health, and therefore mental health cannot be separated from physical health and well-being, and integration is key when looking at service provision. The department is therefore committed to ensuring that it provides quality mental health services within available resources. We also acknowledge that we need to eliminate previous siloed approaches and promote intersectoral collaboration to manage the burden of disease and also to decrease stigma in our communities. And therefore, a whole of society and whole of government approach would be crucial. Thank you very much.
I think one thing that stands out is the point she kept making that mental health is it's a collective responsibility. And also, a very special thank you to the Department of Health helping us not only catch up time, but now we're ahead of time, so which is really, really great. CJ Cornelius Nell, as he's known, but also it goes by CJ, which makes it very simple if you can remember just the two letters. Is very passionate about mental health. I best describe him as a life transition partner. And as you will know, many of our clients go through transitions. The loss of a loved one, the divorce space, which is where I work as a mediator, creates huge angst and trauma in terms of the transition. So, CJ, we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I would have to say this is the first actual talk that I've done like this properly at a seminar, so bear with me a little bit. So today I am talking about neurodiversity in the counseling space. It's something that has become a bit of a hot topic amongst the counseling space because we've tended to see neurodiversity a lot within the clinical space usually and within the treatment space. However, neurodiversity has become a topic of everyday life, a lot more in modern era and a lot more in day-to-day conversations. We see it much more regularly in our schools, in adult life, in late diagnosis. And for a counselor, oftentimes we might actually get clients who are neurodiverse who aren't there necessarily for the treatment of their ADHD, their OCD, or any other form of neurodiversity, but rather because they are finding life challenges. They're finding areas within their life that are just difficult to manage, and the quality of life is bearing under the weight thereof. So for me, just a quick introduction. As you've already heard, I'm CJ Null. I'm an HPCSA registered counselor, and I'm also ADHD. I also have a wonderful partner who has the trifecta of neurodiversity, being ADHD, dyslexic, autistic, and also having various forms of epilepsy. And what I've learned from personal experience and from my own experience, my partner's experience, and working with individuals who survive brain injury, working with individuals who have various challenges with neurodiversity just in everyday life, is that it has been an interesting development within our field and one that commonly comes up within counseling itself. The question that usually comes up, very similar to any palliative care case, as was just mentioned in the previous talk, is quality of life. A quality of life that any person who's also neurodiverse has a right to, that has been a challenge for them. You're welcome to go to the next slide. So for today, I'm going to provide a very basic overview of neurodiversity, mainly because I trust that most of the individuals here have some understanding and have interacted with neurodiversity within their practices, within their life. And the biggest part for us is just going into the common challenges within the counseling space, how to ethically approach it for ourselves, and just to gain an understanding of where the common challenges come from both the client side and from the practitioner side, and how we can actually make use of the counseling space as a model for everyday life, meaning that within the counseling space, we have this wonderful opportunity to actually model an environment where a person with neurodiversity can feel supported, can gain a perspective of what a healthy interaction and life could be like for themselves beyond just the treatment of their diagnosis. So within neurodiversity, I think we all can kind of say that the best way to sum it up into a single sentence is that it's those who see the world differently. That is simply because the way that a neurodiverse individual interacts with the world around them differs. It differs in the way that we experience it sensorily, and the way that we gain interest, and the way that we interact with daily tasks. Neurodiversity has a lot to do with executive function. And what we can say within the counseling space is that executive function has a lot to do with just normal daily tasks. Keeping your schedule, maintaining your moods, having an understanding and insight of in-the-moment experiences. Things that a neurotypical mind often has a bit of an advantage over. Go to the next slide, thank you. So let's talk about that. Neurodiversity isn't just a matter of perspective. The nervous system and the brain is wired a little bit differently. The way we perceive things, the way we interact with things differ. And the realm of neurodiversity, the spectrum, is often a lot wider than we think. Because we all can go ADD, ADHD, OCD, autism, but what does that actually mean for us in daily life and quality of life? For us, this means that, for instance, in emotional recognition, the neurodiverse brain tends to have a heightened sensitivity towards bodily reactions, but low proprioception, meaning that while our bodies react very sensitively to our environments and to our emotions, we have a lower ability to diagnose what is happening within our own bodies. We have a lower recognition of our own emotional states and our own thought patterns in the moment. And because of that, the impulsivity of certain behaviors can sometimes get in the way of life interactions. It can make managing difficult moments a little bit harder sometimes. And within the counseling space, delving into those kind of conversations, it can be very difficult for a neurodiverse individual to sometimes just voice what the in-the-process experience is in that moment. And within that as well, for a neurotypical mind, the way that daily life can tend to be approached, it's a bit easier to base categories of importance within tasks. It is easier usually to put your perspective in orders of priority. However, within the neurodiverse nervous system and brain, we tend to see the world either through sensory ways and through interest. Our nervous system is driven a lot more by interest than it is by importance. And as one of the psychiatrists that I follow quite adamantly stated very well, Dr. Amen, who coincidentally would have been a pastor had he not gone into psychiatry, but as he states, he recognizes that he would have been called Father Amen, and that might not have been working very well, is that if certain things with executive function aren't addressed properly in life, it really is your day-to-day mannerisms, your day-to-day interactions that get affected the most, your relationships, your work. And these are oftentimes the situations that would bring a neurodiverse individual to counseling, because they struggle to integrate what they want from life with their experience. And unfortunately, the conversations that we have around neurodiversity oftentimes center around tolerance and accommodation. How to tolerate neurodiversity in the workspace and in school, how to accommodate it. However, very few times do we actually look at the individual themselves. How can the neurodiverse individual approach life in a way that makes it feel that they can make life work for them? That makes it feel like it's worthwhile to interact with various cases, to make it feel that there's a sense of worth in the development that they're doing, not to accommodate other people, not to be tolerated, but to feel that their quality of life and their happiness and their sense of comfort is something that they can prioritize as well. Go to the next slide. So, with common counseling challenges, the client and the practitioner tends to be two different sides of the conversation. And as most of us know, within our own supervision, within our own life, we're always, as mental health practitioners, very much asked, please also be in your own counseling process. Please be in your own mental health process as well. And for an individual who's not neurodiverse, that can be a challenge when going into the counseling space, to not necessarily have that interaction or that lived experience yourself. So what I'm hoping to do here is to take that side of the experience for both the client and the practitioner, which I've been very privileged to experience, and bring that to the forefront for us. Next slide. There we go. So for the client, we need to recognize, and this is especially true for individuals who experience late diagnosis, or who haven't been diagnosed, and we've just picked this up in counseling and they need to go for diagnosis. It's extraordinarily difficult to unmask and be yourself. This is especially true within the counseling space as well. Masking isn't something that's just put up in order to survive in daily life, but rather a defense mechanism for a neurodiverse individual in order to interact with life and to feel like they can survive in it. It is more for the comfort and the reaction of other people, and for the ability to feel that you can cope with daily life, that the mask goes up. And tearing down that mask, taking that off, and making an individual who's neurodiverse comfortable with how they want to react with their environment within the counseling space is an extraordinarily important job for a counselor. And sometimes we really do struggle to do that, because due to that low perception, our delving into their experiences, our delving into what the challenges are, can sometimes feel like we're skating along the surface, like we're struggling to properly go into the root cause of specific challenges. And bear in mind, for counselors, we don't diagnose, we don't treat. So skating below the surface isn't going into the symptomology. It is very much, as has been said earlier, going into the lived experience, going into the in-between, trying to see what their perspective is of their own neurodiversity and how it has affected their life, and what their perception is of their lived experience. The other thing that we also do need to recognize is that feelings of overwhelm are not uncommon for neurodiverse individuals. When entering into the counseling space, there is a demand placed on a client to be open, to be willing, and to delve into their emotions and their experiences. Emotions and experiences that have often been hidden behind a mask, even to themselves. And that can be extraordinarily overwhelming to find a space as well that is accepting, that you don't need to mask in. It actually becomes a conscious effort to unmask. It becomes a conscious effort to be yourself. And that is something that can take a toll. And the emotional experience that a person can have when they realize that, you know what, I can truly be myself, I can have my reaction in the way that feels natural to me, that is a truly wonderful moment to experience in a session. Because for the majority of a neurodiverse individual's life, they feel misunderstood. And this is especially true in the counseling space, unfortunately. A lot of neurodiverse individuals who go into counseling feel that the descriptions and the wording used are either confusing or not an accurate interpretation of their lived experience. And you do often have neurodiverse individuals purely going towards the psychiatric route because they feel that that's the only support that is truly assisting them in the moment. Because that misunderstanding, that unwillingness to sometimes wait for the unmasking, to sometimes allow the nervous system to calm down in that moment, can sometimes mean there's a lost opportunity to care for the mental health of a person who is neurodiverse, to look at their daily life instead of their diagnosis. And this does mean that for them and for the counselor itself, oftentimes there is an approach that focuses more on the deficits that are formed by neurodiversity. And we unfortunately also do have the opposite of that, where a lot of practitioners kind of fall into what I've dubbed here as toxic positivity, and we all know what that term is. But the counselors and practitioners who tend to try and put a silver lining to every aspect of neurodiversity, or to try and counteract it as a curse and a gift. And for a lot of individuals who are neurodiverse, it feels like a generalization. It almost erases a lot of lived experience to mitigate the challenges and to look at the areas where development could have happened or support could have been useful, or an understanding of how their skills work was a difficult portion to get to for them. Oftentimes what I've realized within practice and within working with neurodiverse individuals and within my own experience is that simply recognizing the impact of the individualistic experience, not overly focusing on the possible deficits of what that neurodiversity can be, and not trying to simply focus on the skill sets and the assets that it brings to a person, holds a lot more space. Because feeling understood has always been more important in the counseling space than anything else. That is what we come to counselor for. We feel othered, we feel pushed aside, we feel like we don't fit, we feel misunderstood. Feeling heard and understood oftentimes has the biggest impact for any individual. And that is all that a neurodiverse individual really wants at that moment, to have that chance to be understood. Quickly go back just to the previous slide. There is also a big sense that we can come to when we rush the process, go too slow, or we don't create that understanding. And this is also why a lot of neurodiverse individuals also step away from counseling, is an intense feeling of boredom. When we overly focus on, say, talk therapy, narrative approach, counseling, it can be something that, within that overwhelm, can create a shutdown, or just, quite frankly, doesn't feel that it follows their nervous system in that moment. For a lot of neurodiverse individuals, having a skill-based approach along with an exploration approach can sometimes be a lot more beneficial. I think that for a lot of us, even neurotypical individuals, a skill-based approach, or at least an activity-based approach, where we're not simply talking, but actively participating in something within the session, has a lot more benefit and can hold a lot more interest and a chance for learning and development within the counseling session, as well as that chance to explore and express yourself more fluently. Go on to the next slide. So how do we address those challenges? For the counseling space, those challenges can be addressed in very specific ways that we've all actually, in practical training, in the basics of our training, have learned. The communication differences. Meeting a client where they're at. Not overestimating or underestimating the language proficiency, the mental health knowledge that that person has, but rather exploring their worldview. Exploring what language makes sense to them, and where psychoeducation, or just the plain conversation of lived experience, could assist the conversation. That curiosity to delve into understanding. Sensory sensitivities. We know very well that with neurodiversity, our nervous system is very sensory-based. Whether you've got autism, OCD, ADHD, sensory input is a big thing for us. Understanding those sensory difficulties and making space for that within the counseling space has a big impact. And we already do this, whether we know it or not. I mean, most counseling practices go for a softer aesthetic, warm lights, soft cushions. We do this naturally. The main thing is that we need to make space for it a little bit more. We need to understand that a neurodiverse individual, they're going to fidget, they're going to seem extraordinarily nervous sometimes if they're hyperactive. An OCD individual might start rearranging things on the side table while they're talking to you. It's basic examples. However, us allowing that space, allowing for that to happen without us getting distracted by these mannerisms, allowing a person to feel comfortable to do so without being called out for it, without being made feel like they have to have shame around an area of shame around it, is a big part of that. Emotional regulation. This is where the skill-based focus oftentimes comes in. My belief in counseling has always been that I don't throw a client into the deep end without teaching them how to swim first. We oftentimes, if we want to have emotional exploration, need to teach and assist with emotional regulation skills. This isn't a treatment for neurodiversity or anything like that, but rather just that ability to learn and recognize the presence of emotions, the impact, the thought patterns that go with them, how to de-escalate a moment for ourselves. These are basic stress management and anxiety management skill sets, but skill sets that we often take for granted. I mean, think back to your life. When did your parents teach you how to feel an emotion? None of us were really taught how to feel. We're just kind of expected to know how to. Very few of us learn that there is a physical response to emotions. Very few of us learn to pick up and identify an emotion by the physical response of our body, something that the intuitive mind of a neurodiverse individual can greatly benefit from. However, we take it for granted. That does mean that within the space, within the mask that goes up, we're not just facing the traumas in the life experience, we're facing stigma. Personal stigma, life stigma, the stigma that they've been faced from other people and from themselves. I mean, think of it this way. The amount of clients that you probably have had that you've suspected form of neurodiversity in, that have required referral, the very deeply personal, almost hurt response that can sometimes come from the fact of, I believe there's something more going on, and I'd like to refer you on to someone who's going to be able to address it a little bit better, who's going to give you what you deserve. Even though that space holds a lot of empathy and a lot of warmth, the sudden realization that there's something more than just life going on, the challenge that's faced by that, it's daunting. And for a person who's grown up with neurodiversity, having had teachers go, that's just the ADHD, just the hyperactive kid, they're going to struggle with studies. I can tell you the difference in finding passion, finding out how to work with interest has made a difference. For instance, I can use my own academic path as that route. In grade 11, I think I passed accounting with 36%. I was very lucky that that was the passing rate at that time. Go to matric, realizing where my passions have lied, finishing with multiple distinctions, eventually going into the field of mental health and psychology and finishing with my degree cum laude. Interest-based systems, finding where your passions lie. Very much as I was MD for the day, has very much stated, our talents and our experience is where we put it. If we focus on the deficits of a person continuously, where else are they going to put their focus, if not those same deficits? That means that there's that personalized approach. There's that need for a personalized ideal within counseling. We have a person-centered approach in South Africa. We have that person-centered approach for a reason. We are so diverse in culture, we are so diverse in our own people and perspectives, that for what in the westernized society can be seen as severe mental illness, can be seen as a calling as a healer in a different culture. It can be seen as wisdom. And we need to recognize where those differences come in so that we can explore them for that person. And we can explore their life experience to work with them. Next slide, please. So for us, even though we don't diagnose, we need to know the spectrum. For many of us, we've kind of known that ADHD, autism, dyslexia, all these different things have different presentations. The amount of shock that I can see in a person's face when they find out that there are 8 different kinds of categories of ADHD or ADD that have been found through neurospec imaging is immense. To know that there isn't just inattentive or hyperactive. In fact, hyperactivity, the reason that slash is there, is because in the DSM-5, it's AD-HD. Hyperactivity is actually in less than 40% of ADHD cases. However, we all have this idea of a bouncy little boy that keeps disrupting classrooms. And what that has led to is that a lot of individuals have remained either undiagnosed or having a diagnosis that doesn't fit them. I mean, we have anxious ADD, a person that can easily be misdiagnosed as having major anxiety disorders. Or overfocus, someone who has a tendency to hyperfocus on situations and lose the focus on other areas of their own life. Or temporal ADHD, that has a lot of large presentation of mood dysregulations. Or limbic, which has a lot of depressive symptoms, lowered mood. The Ring of Fire is kind of just a mix of all of those being present with extreme temper and mood dysregulations. The others are kind of self-explanatory, inattentive being most common in women as well. But what does this mean in the counseling space, for instance? Where are we going to place the focus for an individual who is struggling with their partner because they're struggling to control their temper? Where do we put this for an individual who has a history of keeping grudges because of high anxiety or because of overfocused? With OCD, we tend to have this focus of someone who is either overly neat, but this is a very kind of social media-based approach. It's not necessarily what we actually see. We oftentimes confuse perfectionism for OCD, and that itself goes over an entire spectrum. For instance, if you have someone who is overly focused on their health, a bodybuilder probably, very few people would not recognize that there's a form of dysmorphia, or body dysmorphia that goes into that. That we need to recognize when those referrals are required in the registered counselor space, but also where those impulses and those compulsions have an effect on other areas of life. Once they've had the diagnosis, they've had the treatment, there are still going to be areas of life that can be met within the counseling space. And with dyslexia, the reason why I've specifically added this also for the counseling space is dyslexia is more than just struggling to read. There are forms of dyslexia that struggle to interpret auditory information. I have had quite a few clients who, within their daily interactions, struggle with the interpretation of conversation, struggle to make connections with other people, simply because they struggle to process and recall words adequately, because they struggle to gain the definition and understanding of the words that have been spoken, who have this idea that they are quite simply the dumbest person on earth because they can't adequately understand what their lecturers and what their teachers are telling them. And nobody is willing to rephrase or reword things for them simply so that their brain can understand what's being said. And recognizing that it's not a deficit of intelligence, but rather just a differently wired brain. Go on to the next slide, please. So what do we do? Within the counseling space, our role is creating a safe space. The issue with neurodiversity is that sometimes we focus so much on the deficits or just the challenges thereof that we don't necessarily create that space for someone to feel safe and be themselves. Yes, does that mean that you're going to have some of the weirdest fidget toys come into your room? Because let's be honest, the commercial fidget toys are not necessarily the ones that always draw the neurodiverse individual's attention. For my partner, a ball of press stick is going to do a lot more than a fidget spinner. For me, going for a walk, constantly listening to music is going to do a lot more than a pop socket. Those things, yes, they can assist. But understanding that you are going to gain more benefit for allowing a person to have their normal fidget toys, the normal way that they interact with life, that make them comfortable with them, is going to be much more beneficial than handing them a pop socket or a fidget toy or just saying that it's okay. Stress and anxiety management, learning how to do that with the client. I think what's happened oftentimes is that a lot of counselors have forgotten that as much as we are trying to teach skills and assist a client, we can do that with them. We can model skills. We can model deregulation and emotional regulation. Social skill development, showing that it's possible to have social interactions unmasked. That it's also okay and comfortable to do so, but rather to find ways that allow us to get that sensory interaction while being in that conversation. Oftentimes, this focus is mostly in children. I mean, we have a lot of approaches like ABA or so on that focus on replacing behaviors with ones that are more socially acceptable that still meet that need. However, as adults, somehow we are seen as not needing to do that anymore, now to fully have to conform. But finding ways to meet those needs as an adult is still important. We still have visual needs, we still have sensory needs, taste, touch, all those things are still important. And having an adult become aware that they're able to still meet those needs socially and adequately without having to suppress every portion of them is going to be an important part of that as well. Lastly, self-advocacy and empowerment. We do a lot of boundary work as counselors. We do a lot of work around personal strength and identity. For a person who's neurodiverse, knowing how to advocate and explain for their own experience and how to work with that and how to stand up for themselves is a key part of this. But a big part of that is also recognizing that those stigmas, those prejudices, those life experiences have built up a sense of self-identity that can oftentimes be very derogatory and sometimes feel like we don't have that space to speak and to advocate. The counseling space becomes the model for this, and allowing a person to feel like they can advocate, like they can talk, and that they have a space to develop the language and skills to do so adequately for themselves, to have their own quality of life become a focus. Because that is in the end what we as counselors are striving for, isn't it? Allowing our clients, not even allowing, just helping them find the space for their own quality of life, the space that they thrive in. And finally, I have also added just a little bit, because we do sometimes have clients that have neurodiverse family members or have challenges for that, is allowing individuals who are neurotypical to have a bit of insight. Psychoeducation is a wonderful skill set that we've all developed. We can use that to assist neurotypicals in understanding the experience of a neurodiverse individual, and for them to also advocate. Very much as we have anti-bullying campaigns or awareness campaigns, we can talk about this as well and have advocates in various spaces and allies in various spaces. With that, I hope that I've been able to give a bit of insight, maybe grow a little bit of awareness beyond what we normally see in the mental health space, and maybe address some of the challenges that you also face as a counselor or as a neurodiverse individual, and maybe provide a bit of a framework that can be used going forward. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, CJ. I have a question back for you. It's not Q&A. When you stood up here, did you say it's the first time you're speaking in front of an audience? Did I get that, or did I miss something? I think you did a bloomin' good job. My friend Kathy, who I've known for a while now, we have a very abusive relationship. She asks me to do things and I can't say no. But Kathy, I'm very grateful to be here, and it's great to see you again. She did ask, though, if when you are up here, you can stand a little closer to the mic. Gavin Fish has a hearing deficiency, which was established at school, being shouted at by the woodwork teacher, because Gavin was really good at everything else except really bad at woodwork, which I'm sure is not true. But if we could speak slightly closer to the mic, that would be phenomenal. We are doing really, really well with time. And before I ask Nikki Seymour, not Nikki Edwards, Nikki Seymour, who 150 Rand, how cool is that? So Nikki supports her clients in terms of, again, so I've looked at the bio and I'm like, what am I getting out of this bio? To discover what I would call a full life. And she too is a journey partner. I carry often, and one of the reasons why when Kathy said, would you MC a workshop around mental health and mental wellness, I carry a picture of my youngest biological brother. We're 7 children. The youngest one is not a biological brother, but an adopted brother. His name his name was Graham Muir. He was also at school with Gavin and I a few years. And in 2013, we found his body at the bottom of a cliff in Beachy Head in England. And Beachy Head is the place where people go if they want to take their lives. This moment in my life was a huge watershed moment in terms of acknowledging the importance of care, compassion, and kindness. And I think that when we take all of these wonderful talks today and we put them into a wonderful pot, one of the things that will keep floating to the top is the work that you do will always require care, kindness, and compassion for yourself first, and then for your client. Nikki, I just won 50 Rand Seymour. Can you please come up? Thank you.
I thought I had a louder voice. No problem.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Nguli, and this is Mariza, my colleague. We are from Sisanda Foundation, and we would like to teach you a little something that will help your energy to go on for the day. You know, we've been sitting down for quite a long time, and I would like you guys to stand up and imagine like you are a 7-year-old. Just remember your days when you were a little girl or little boy. So this exercise or energizer is called funky chicken. I'm sure we all love chicken here, right? Okay, so it goes like this. I will actually say, let me see your funky chicken, and then you will respond by saying, what do you say? And then you will do the moves that we do or say what we are saying as well. Is that clear? Okay, I'll take the mic away. So it goes, let me see your funky chicken. What do you say? I say, let me see your funky chicken. What do you say? I said, ooh, 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 ooh. One more time. Ooh. Here we go. Let me see my diva dance. What do you say? Guys, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Okay, let's again. I'll try it. Let me see my diva dance. What do you say? I say, let me see my diva dance. What do you say? I said, one more time. Here we go now. Let me see Sisanda hug. What do you say? I say, let me see Sisanda hug. What do you say? I said, one more time. Ooh, here we go. Now let's share. Let us share Sisanda hug. What do you say? Let us share Sisanda hug. What do you say? And then you hug someone next to you. Hug someone next to you. All right. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoyed that. I'm going to use this.
Right. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Right. We are Sisanda Foundation. That was part of our team. And we're all about play. So how do you feel after that happening? Oh, I love it. I love it. There was some smiles, there was some nods. Okay, that's really good. So that was our team of, if we go into the next slide. So those were our Sisanda Play Ambassadors, and the focus of the Sisanda Play Ambassadors and Sisanda Foundation is building resilience through play. So we have an abundance of reasons why we love play. But before I go on to that, let me just ask you guys out there, what did you benefit from that little micro moment of play that we had? Energized. Anything else? Happier? Laughter? Okay, you connected with each other. Awkwardly for some, but it was there, huh? Okay, all right. There are an enormous amount of benefits of play. In fact, for children, it is a human right to play. It is their language. It is their work. Social emotional skills are developed during play, creativity, problem solving, emotional processing. It just goes on and on what the benefits of play are. But unfortunately, play is at risk. It's something that used to be completely natural in life, in humanity, and growing up in society. But it's getting less and less. It's being challenged. And due to that, there are a lot of global organizations who are now having to get behind the story and actually do deep research to say, what are the values of play? This thing that is such a normal human act, now we're having to prove, in fact, there is enormous value that comes from engaging in play. No, back. And yes, so there's a lot of money going into this research, developing advocacy programs and plans, taking play into diverse spaces, integrating it into healthcare, integrating it into the education space, integrating it into the humanitarian sector. So we can see that there's actually deep, deep value in play. We're an organization that fights for this as well. And so the reason why we do that is because of its focus on resilience. So Harvard University is one of the universities that does a lot of research and explores the value of play, but on building resilience. So using the natural ability to play is one of the most important strategies that we have to build resilience. So that is our focus as Sisanda Foundation. I'm an occupational therapist, and we also work collectively with the Resilience Hub, and together we bring the Resilience Toolbox, and this is how we bring our insights and want to share what we're learning with other organizations and other people. And we take our drive from this resilience, also from Harvard University, where they say resilience cannot just be taught. This isn't a classroom exercise. It's built through the context of relationship and our environment. And it has to be active. Again, it is not a sitting experience. This has to be engaged. This has to be participatory. But we look at our South African context. What have we got? And we've had these discussions already today. I think it was Barbara was saying, we're living in our survival zone. Right? Communities and individuals are really struggling. We look at the relationships in the environment and we think, how much is that actually supporting children in building resilience? People are having, oh, wait, back to. There's gender-based violence, there's bullying, there's a lot of aggression in the streets. The ability to handle these hard emotions is lacking with people. The environments, if we talk about play, playfulness itself is getting challenged. There's so much pressure, there's stress. Play spaces are getting less and less and unsafe. So there is a lot that we have in our South African context which is challenging play and resilience. Okay. So we like to tackle this through play. We want to bridge the gap of children learning resilience at this earliest stage where it can infuse all their cellular makeup. We want them to learn this through play. But because of what is happening underneath, we like to say play is fun on top, but it has a deep, deep impact. And we base this on a lot of different theory, thinking about the autonomic nervous system. We had, again, lots of discussion about that this morning. Thinking about our sensory processing, sensory systems, attachment theory, polyvagal, window of tolerance, all of that, but embodied and coming out in this beautiful experience of play. So we love this quote. Resilience is all about being able to overcome the unexpected. The goal of resilience isn't just to survive, but it's to thrive. It's being able to roll with the punches, being adaptable enough to deal with these different life challenges that are coming our way. And we don't really like to see resilience as bouncing back, which is a common phrase used, but we like to see it as bouncing forward. You don't want to go backwards, you never do. You've learned from that situation, what have you learned, and how is it going to help you when you bounce forward? So we have a model called Play Smart. Just taking our years of experience and the lessons that we've had, and we've pulled it together into this idea called Play Smart. And this is what we try and embody within ourselves and in our programs and the work that we do to try and reach those people who are influencing children. So as we saw earlier, children learn resilience through relationship and through their context and environment. So while we want children's resilience to be built, we are aiming at you, at parents, carers, caregivers, community facilitators, healthcare providers, educators, regardless of what sector you're in. If you're influencing children, we want to share this model with you. We want to call you a play ambassador, like these two fabulous young people up here. And I didn't mention young people because they are the biggest influences on children. So we're looking at that whole cross-sector. So we've got this concept of Play Smart. So I'm going to go through what this all means, and maybe you'll find a nugget or two, and it'll reflect a lot of our discussions that we've already been having here today. Okay, so on the next slide, we are going to start with the A. You don't have to start with SMART. All the S-M-A-R-T have equal relevance, and so we can start wherever. So we're starting with the beginning of the alphabet with the A, but as has been pointed out today so many times, it starts with us. We focus a lot on how we're going to fix those children and what is their behavior and what is the problem and what is the need, but this starts with us, our awareness. Awareness with curiosity and compassion. We like to wear our detective glasses when we do this work, and this part is looking inwards. This is the start of Play Smart. We talk so much about the importance of showing up, but the truth is that unless we first show up for ourselves, we simply cannot show up for others. So to start this is going to be a little bit about yourselves again. So let's think. Take a moment, talk to your neighbor. If you're not close to a neighbor, just think for yourself. When you think about the word play, or when you think about play, how does it make you feel? Just have a little moment, chat to your neighbor, think about it. Okay, I'm going to pull us back here. We've got lunchtime after this, so I hope there's some conversations that have started that can continue. Oh, look at that. It's really hard when people actually get into it. I love that. Okay. All right. Does anybody want to share a word or two or just a thought? What did you think? What did you feel when you had this word play come to you? Imagination. Wonder, carefree, safe. Did you all have good feelings? Joy, imagination, okay. Fear, Tiring, okay. All right. So, we like to use this model, which you can go on to the next slide, which we call the resilience zones. So many of you might know the window of tolerance, all right? We take the word resilience because we see it as really empowering and something that we can all own. So some of you came up with what we would call green zone feelings: safe, calm, joy. Thinking about play brings those nice, calm, connected feelings to you. But not everybody had that, right? Some went into maybe what we would start calling towards the red zone. Maybe there's some fear. There was something that happened that in your play time when you were a child or at some stage that has made you feel a bit scared about this play situation, or guilt. Kids now, they want to play and you just don't have time for them. Maybe it shot you into the blue zone. You're feeling exhausted. I don't have time. So those feelings that you had, you felt them in your bodies, didn't you? That was all quite quick that it happened. You could see how people were having different physical responses to all of this. And so this model helps us show that we are feeling these experiences, and what we feel influences people that we connect with. And that came out in earlier discussions today as well, is that this is why we matter. Just a little conversation about play and a little thought about play. Can you imagine now how you are connecting with children when you're trying to build resilience and embody play? If you loved play, you will come in a certain form. You will show up in one way. If you didn't and you had fear, you will show up in a different way. It influences your behavior and the way that you show up. So we say it's really important in the A to get to know yourself. You can go on to the next one and the next one. Get to know your glimmers and your triggers. Can you press the... Get to know your glimmers and your triggers, all of the sensory world, the things that are going on in your mind and in your body, in your memories and emotions. Okay, it's not coming up. That's okay. This is a little animated thing to show your glimmers and your triggers and how they influence you. But the point with this is, we want people who engage with children to take that moment to get to know yourselves, because it influences the way that you connect. It also gives you an opportunity to work with that and work out how to become present. You can move on. So our tip here is to use that knowledge, to take that pause, learn to be present, and also pay a little bit of attention to those things that you like to do when you play. Your sports, your reading, you're playing with your dog, you're playing with your child, and take that little moment and go, oh, how does that make me feel? So you might find a little bit of magic, a little bit of wonder in that space as well. The R in Play Smart is relationship. You can learn more about a child in 1 hour of play than you can in 1 year of conversation. This is the foundation of resilience. As we said, this is the relationships that surround children, those important, those major caregiver relationships around children. And play is the perfect time where you can build those relationships. You can go to the next slide. And this is about playing with, not just permitting play, not just allowing it outside, not just saying you can play in your bedroom. This is really playing with. This is the chance where you have to go down to the level of your child, of children around you, have eye contact, see each other laugh, see each other's eyes glisten, learn about each other, learn how you function together. Play is a beautiful space for intergenerational connection. There's no judgment, there's no value. You don't have to know all that work in school and be pressured with that school work. It is an easy space. It's simple and it really helps to connect. So it's never, ever time wasted. Next slide. We do programs called the Play at Home program, where our wonderful play ambassadors with all their life and spirit and love go through the community and work with families for a couple of weeks at a time. And they just try and inspire a little bit of play. Try and get the whole family involved. The gogo, the uncle, the mother, the kids, trying to get just a little bit of that spark and see what happens. And the feedback that we've had in the graph, you can see on the one on your left-hand side, before a program, 53% did not spend time together as a family, or very little, maybe once or twice a month. after the program, 2 months after the program, I think that says 69% spending time together every week, many times a week, and some every day. Just think about what that is doing to a relationship. Think about that, how that is strengthening a child's ability for the rest of their lives. Some quotes that have come from those programs: I understand my kids better, and I've learned how to, they've taught me how to release my stress. I always tell their mother, we must be an example to our kids, and when we fight, we must not do it in front of them anymore. They learned that through play. Learning to play with my child has helped me to help them at school. It has impacted the kids because now they're not scared to talk to me about what's happening. To me, that is one of the most crucial. It gives us strength to work together as a family. And so this is through a play program, just nudging people to spend more time and laugh and connect with each other. And so that's what we say. One of the key tips, play with. Show delight in that connection, be present with it, but also take that moment to step back and reflect and go, oh, how did that influence our relationship? And that might encourage you to do it again. It might encourage the kids to want to do that again. Okay. So the next, trust and a sense of safety, and this is what we've heard a lot about here today. The safety of a connected relationship is where our children naturally develop resilience. And on the next slide, we just see the abundance that children are going through, that families are going through, that communities are going through. Big trauma, little trauma, accumulated, consistent stresses. It's a difficult environment out there. And from one of our programs, one of the parents said, I didn't realize kids got stressed. And we all know kids do hold stress, but the way that it comes out is in behavior. And we don't always attach it to what might have happened before. So on the next slide, a little bit of the neuroscience. We heard this earlier today, but the first steps, we in the sector trying to bring it across to lay people, to communities. Child needs to feel safe first. They need to feel connected. And only once those are in place can it open up the opportunity to learn, to listen, to engage, to hear and shift a perspective, to learn a new skill. The order is very clear. The downstairs brain has to be online. They have to feel safe and connected first. Okay, so before we go on to the next slide, we're just going to take this moment away from children and back onto yourselves for a second. I want you to pick a screen to look at. Keep looking at that screen. I'm going to go through quite quickly 6 or 7 photos. And I just want you to feel. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, go. Okay. All right, we went through that very, very quickly, but let me ask, this is a quiet audience. Usually you hear some sound effects coming, but let's see. All right, who of you, if we think about our zones, the massage, who of you felt the green zone pulling towards it, a calm? Okay. Quite a lot of you. Did any of you feel red with that? Aha. Okay, not everybody loves that. What about the praying mantis? What colors? Red. Green. Aha. Okay, what about the maths? Very red. I knew that was coming. Okay. Did anybody love that equation? Absolutely love it. Okay, cool. What about this hand? How did we feel with that hand? Blue. Yeah. Okay. All right. So these experiences, in these milliseconds, we're in your body. Our body gives us a lot of messages before, at a micro millisecond state, before we've necessarily engaged too much with the why, or before we've been able to stop it. For children, people who are going through a lot of stress, maybe trauma, neurodiversity, sensory challenges, these body feelings, the reactions in the body can be very quick, very intense, and prolonged. So these little micro moments, just put that little, I have that every time, that praying mantis, and I created this slide, so I see it all the time. My body just goes into, whew. Okay, so if you go to the next slide. So the thing that is happening here is your body is naturally going in to protect itself. We had this discussion in the first session today. It is a very, very useful response of the body. But sometimes it's misplaced, sometimes it's intense, and sometimes it's overwhelming. But what it does is it shuts down your ability to connect, to respond, to be present. And there are so many of us who are living in this part of our brain, and so many children, and they're getting into trouble, they're not able to focus, they're not able to learn in class. And all it is a natural response of the body, because from a body perspective, from a nervous system perspective, it has identified a threat in the environment, in that relationship, in that situation, wherever it may come from. So next slide. And so this is our message with the T. This is, again, putting on these detective glasses, right? And very much what CJ was talking about as well, is like, notice the individual. Slow down and really pay attention to these children, what they're presenting with. There's so many kids out there, so many kids being challenged, and we often see numbers. But this is about noticing and then slowing down and going at their pace. If they are sitting in their downstairs brain, you cannot force them to change. You cannot force them to shift, because forcing will reinforce the fear and keep them more stuck in survival. And so play, and play in the context of a safe, connected relationship, is a beautiful way to gently shift, to gently hold hands and then bring up to the upstairs brain. Okay, next slide. So then we jump to the beginning of the word, our stimulating experiences. So this is where play is just this abundant and beautiful space. So human beings only really learn about their interests by experiencing it. You can't think about what you might be interested in, you have to do it. And so this is, as me as an occupational therapist, I'm just do it. This is getting active, this is participating in things, this is getting some variety. And as one of our previous speakers also said, it's no longer true that our brain cells stop developing at a certain age and just die or regress. We can keep developing new neural pathways as well. So play and the abundance of variation that can happen in this space is very useful for adults, for elderly, and for children. And with it as well, it's realizing that we have a whole body. We're a whole being, so getting movement, getting creativity, getting a chance to stretch ourselves is all valuable. But this is what I love. So it's not just about getting out there and doing an abundance of things. Salience means the kind of unnoticed excellence that carries on around us every day, unremarkably. You won't find this in the Oxford Dictionary, but you will find it on the internet. And I just think this is beautiful. It just makes me think of resilience. And it's that chance also to slow down and realize what we have around us. Maybe there's something more beautiful there, something that I can do with this. And it makes me think of a lot of children in the townships. Space is limited. Opportunities, materials may be limited, but in your house. You've got connection. You've got items that you can imagine and wonder and do something else with. So this helps us become creative. It helps us to slow down and learn that we actually embody a lot ourselves. So here for the S is focus on the process more than the goal, variety, and have a whole experience and make the ordinary extraordinary. And then our last one, embrace mess and mistakes, emotional regulation, which has come up and also in the previous speeches, talk as well. Play is now a beautiful space where you're feeling good, you're in a connected relationship, you're doing something that you enjoy, and now let's practice stepping out of our comfort zone. And on the next slide, play builds the kind of free and easy, try it out, do-it-yourself character that we really need in our futures, because there's a lot of tough stuff and a lot of new stuff all the time. So to develop this adaptability and flexibility, play is this amazing space that can do that. We have the chance, through knowing that there's safety in a supported relationship somewhere, not necessarily right on you, to test and to push. But with the next slide as well, this can feel horrible. On the next slide, it's us getting used to how these horrible feelings feel inside and being okay, not seeing it as a threat. Because as soon as it's a threat, we go into our downstairs brain. So these experiences are really important to say, I know that feels horrible, but let's find our way through it. And this is a beautiful space where you can start learning tools and skills and strategies, how to help you through these tricky mastermind of life out there that can really be useful when you really, really need it. So we turn everything into play. So here we have the physiological sigh, but for us it's called the pufferfish breath. And we'll just ask you to just have this little moment. So sit in your chair, away from the table, but sit a little bit upright so you can get your breathing apparatus or your breathing ability stretched out. Okay, and we're going to do what's called the pufferfish breath. Has anybody heard of the physiological sigh or the pufferfish breath? No? Okay, so we know breathing is one of the most fabulous tools out there, but we all think we already got it, but I can promise you we don't. Right, the pufferfish breath is 2 breaths in. The first goes up to about 2/3 of your lung capacity. The second breath is just popping out the balloon at the top. And then when you blow out, through pursed lips and very slowly. All right, so I'm going to do it quickly. We're just going to show you, I'm going to talk it, and then my colleague is going to show you with her hands. So, the first breath. We do the pufferfish because it's fun for kids. You can do the hands in front, but you also don't have to do hands. All right, we're going to go 2 breaths in. You can join us. And we'll do it again. There's a lot of research backing that as one of the most effective ways of calming stress, calming the nervous system in the moment. So that's just a way that we turn that into play. You call it the pufferfish, make it connecting with children a little bit more. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so that's a little whistle-stop tour through our model called Play Smart. Be play smart to build resilience. And I think we can go on to our sort of take-home from this. It's not always easy to bring the play. So we've found a way, we build play ambassadors, young people who naturally have it. Sometimes we need that around us. Give permission for these play ambassadors to learn, to embody it, and to bring it when we struggle. So that's what we say to you out there. Create play ambassadors, but also practice being play smart yourself. Think about yourself first. Connect, play with. It's about relationship. Notice yourself and the kids or the people around you. Pay attention. Do something interesting, different, or slow it down and think, okay, how are we going to nudge ourselves out of our comfort zones when we're doing this? And how am I still going to be there holding you at the end? And then go off to lunch. Well, I'm not saying, I'm going to hand over, but my message, go to lunch, go home tonight, go to work tomorrow, whatever it is, and just find one little way that you're going to play more. Thank you.
As Nikki correctly said, it's time for lunch. Lunch will be served outside in the foyer. It will be really important that this is not just a time to reflect on your clients, but also to reflect on yourself. So during lunch, as you enjoy the food, you have some homework. We go to school to learn, and then we reach adulthood and we realize that school wasn't all that it was made out to be. So what I'd like you to think about at lunch is, if there is a school of unlearning, what is one thing you'd like to unlearn within your own space? Let's go have lunch. Kevin, are you going to use this for that? Are you a fixed entity? Not where were you at school? Today I'm a fixed entity. Oh, Bishop, yeah, that's what they teach. You must give me cutthroat when I must shut up. Yeah, I'm going to do the same for you. I'll just stand up and do my dance. It's scary. No, I take no offense. Okay. I'll just do this. Okay. No. No. We'll just do this one for now. Welcome back, everybody. We are making good time. Gavin Fish, there's a lot to say about Gavin Fish, and so I need to tread carefully. But Gavin was in education for 33 years, and he now works in probably the most important space, and that's with teens as a life coach, and then with heads of school in resource-challenged areas as a mentor to those principals and heads of school. So Gavin is going to speak about, oh boy, Gav, up to you, over to you. He has said if I wave my hand, he knows that's time to. You may need to use this one because. Hello, no. Okay, we'll just. There you go, boss.
97. 97. 97% of South Africans' prison population is male. 99% of Americans on death row are male. 97% of school shootings in America are perpetrated by young men. 90% of behavioral problems are boys. 87% of suicides before the age of 25 in South Africa are men. Women attempt to take their lives more often, but men succeed in taking their lives. Is it any wonder that Thoreau said, the mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation? Isn't that a cheerful post-lunch beginning to a talk? Previous iterations of this talk were called, oh boy, good, better, best, a celebration of the trials and triumphs of raising boys. And I always quoted Plato, of all the animals, the boy is the most unmanageable. I have two vivid pictures in my mind. The one is of a mother walking her 3-year-old son through a park. And in this park is a sculpture of 3 bunny rabbits trying to pull a 4th up from where he'd fallen. And this 3-year-old boy breaks away from mummy, runs across and tries to lift up this fallen bunny rabbit. That is the source of 1 million Facebook photographs. Is that nature or is that nurture? Because it is contrasted with the front page in Norway of a 5-year-old at a soccer match throwing the middle finger and screaming abuse at the opposition. Is that nature or is that nurture? The Italians have a saying, little boys, headache, big boys, heartache. And it's my intention to try and convey something of managing that heartache, because it is better to build boys than to mend men. Again, it is better to build boys than to mend men. Mend men. Why are us men in such a state? Is it testosterone that makes us tend towards risk behavior and possible aggression? Is it the fatherless statistic in South Africa that 62% of our boys grow up in a home without a father? Is it an unexpected product of third-wave feminism, where men became emasculated and lost a clear sense of their identity and purpose? Is it our schools that celebrate a toxic masculinity? Is it our lack of emotional intelligence, where we express at least 12 different emotions through the vehicle of anger? Is it a patriarchal society where 450 of the Fortune 500 chief executive officers are men? I asked my teenagers at school when I was still a teacher, when last in a movie was a man shown as a strong leader of his family, faithful to his wife and deeply committed to his children? 20 years ago, my teens could give me no examples. It has improved. When I've given aspects of this talk in recent years, the teens have been able to tell me 5 or 6 television programs that celebrate a manhood that is committed, that is faithful, and that is strong. You see, you've got to juxtapose that against the fact that 93% of sex scenes that our children stroke teenager men see on television is between a couple that are not married and are not in a permanent relationship even. And I asked my teens, does this impact you? And they said, yes, sir. Sex before marriage is for pleasure, excitement, and fun. Sex in marriage is for babies. And I told him, you are so wrong. And I refused to elaborate further. Men can be real. We can be alive. We can be happy. We can be kind. We can be passionate. We can be good, and we can be strong. And boys can as well. I'm going to mention 6 points to you, or as many as I can get through before John throws the sword of Damocles at me. Schooling. This has been researched. More than 50% of South Africa's teenagers are sleep deprived. When you are sleep deprived, you cannot learn. Your body does not absorb the information being taught to you. Why are they sleep deprived? One is their fault, and another is not their fault. They are sleep deprived because we start school for high school boys at 7:45. But their natural body rhythm is for them to fall asleep between 10 and 11 p.m. We do not accommodate that. Europe is. Finland led the way. They start school for teenagers at 9:30 a.m. That's wise. I get it. Those of you who are current parents are saying, Gavin, are you stupid? How can I get my children, one to school at 7:30 and the other at 9:30? I'm a working mom. I get it, but we are doing teenagers a disservice by creating sleep debt. And the other is the wretched, wretched cell phone. Because every WhatsApp ping in the course of the night wakens them with that little dopamine squirt into their system. They are alert and on their media through the night, preventing a decent night's sleep. Problem behavior at school amongst boys. And I've picked this up through the 9,000 teenagers that I've had the privilege of working with in those last 34 years of which John spoke. A problem behavior boy inevitably has a learning difficulty. Let me say that again. A problem behavior boy inevitably has a form of learning difficulty. And because he cannot find esteem in his learning in the classroom, he will find esteem in behavior that is off the mark. We desperately need to help children with learning challenges, identify those challenges, and to work with them. Secondly, the underfathered boy. This does not mean that single mothers, of whom 62% of South Africans are, that they're doing a bad job. No, they are the heroes of the universe. These single mothers that bring up children, work a full day, and come home to cook, clean, and supervise homework. You're incredible. I could never, in 1,000 years, have absorbed that sort of tension and pressure. A boy needs his father between the age of 6 and 13, particularly so, especially so. But we men, when our boys are of that age, inevitably are depressed, overworked, and exhausted. I was. I asked my daughter to tell me, where was my parenting of you lacking? And she said very gently and compassionately to me, Dad, you brought your work home with you mentally just way too often. I don't have many regrets, but that is a deep, deep-seated regret of mine. That at times the children at school assumed an importance in my life more so than my own children. We desperately need men to talk boys back from the precipice, to give them alternatives to managing their anger. You can be angry, my boy, I get it, but you can't be cruel when you are angry. You can't be violent when you are angry. There are better ways to do things. The boys at school who are sexist and treat women badly inevitably do not have a father figure in their life. I ask these single mothers that I see in my life coaching, does your boy have a significant other adult in his universe? And they inevitably say yes. I say, give that person carte blanche to speak white, hot truth into your son's life. I gave a friend of mine that permission, and he followed my son on Facebook. And my son used vile, unacceptable language on Facebook on one day, and my buddy flashed back to him, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? He had a significant other adult in his universe who, when there is anger static between teenage boy and mother, or between teenage boy and father, they will accept that advice from a respected other adult with whom they are in relationship. Third, bullying. Third, there are 4 people in any bullying situation. There is the victim, there is the bully, there is the bystander, and there is the parent. But schools too often deal just with the bully, and the victim is under-assisted. The parent is unconvinced, and the bystanders are left untouched. You must ensure that your children's schools and the schools of children with whom you counsel and work have a changed understanding of bullying. Schools tend to underreact. The boy that experiences affirmation in class will never be a bully. The boy who experiences affirmation in class will never be a bully. There is a magnificent African proverb. If a boy is not accepted by the village, he will burn the village down to feel its warmth. Have you got that? It's beautiful. If a boy is not accepted by the village, he will burn the village down to feel its warmth. Too many South African schools today still have a subculture. What you see on the outside is a magnificently worn uniform, academic excellence, a whole variety of opportunities. But the playground subculture is ugly. Is ugly. Post-traumatic stress disorder can and should be linked to the bullying of boys. They are traumatized deeply. I can tell you the day and incident when I was bullied in grade 7. In 1974, 50 years later, I can visualize and tell you that incident of bullying. It traumatized me. But I was in a man's environment. I had to just laugh at it and absorb it and come back. But hurt boys hurt boys. Hurt boys hurt boys. So when you deal with the bully, you bring a shuddering halt to the bullying, but then you work with the boy. You empower the victim. You up his skill set. You take on the bystanders. Why did you allow this to happen? It has been going on for 18 months in your class. Why did you allow it to happen? You help the parent. You help the parent with the assurance that we are on this. And if there is a recurrence, we will deal with it. And I will call your child into me in 2 weeks' time to ensure that the scenario is not repeating itself. You know, those American shootings that I referred to, sociologists research, in the last 12 years, 80% of those school shootings were boys who had been traumatized by bullying on the school campus. 80%. Fourthly, how am I doing, Johnny? Fourthly, sport, or sport being a pseudonym for what we value and what we project onto boys as to what we value. I am really in favor of competitive sport. I pushed my athletes very hard, and we achieved highly. But my notion was you win at all costs, but you do not win at any cost. South Africa has developed a culture, not just that winning is important, but you win at any cost. Schools need recreational alternatives and not team competitive alternatives. Schools need a hiking club. Schools need social tennis. Schools need the under 14D netball team. The happiest group of 8 girls at Fishhook High School were the under 14D netball team. They lost every single match in their whole season, but their dads were Brian Boerewors. They had Fishhook High School war paint on their cheeks. They celebrated, they cheered with the finest, and they went on to be my SRC when they got to matric, because the lessons they learned in playing for the lower teams were of inestimable value. And that's exactly what you were saying in your content to us on play. We learn more, tell me if I got it right, we learn more from a child in 1 hour of play than we do in a year of talking. That is such a truth. But there's a culture, if I don't make the under 19A team, I don't play the sport. That's a warped sense of what is appropriate. I went to Wynberg Boys High School to give a talk. And before the talk, sports results were being announced. And they said, these 2 matric chess boys, they have never lost a chess match in their entire high school career. The school went mad. The school cheered them like they were Olympic gold medalists. Because Wynberg Boys High School has learned to recognize excellence in every domain. They've got it right. I forced my rugby boys to go and watch the chess team. I forced my rugby boys to go and cheer at the side of the netball girls' court. Why did I do that? They'd come to me with a petition. You're all at the rugby first team game, sir. 1,000 of you. And there are no spectators at our netball game. I said, here's what we're going to do, girls. You are going to play the curtain raiser, the match before the boys' first rugby team, and the entire team will watch and cheer for you. The other girls' schools were so impressed. They came up to the rugby first team match, and they sat amongst our cheerleaders, and they cheered for Fisher High School and not their own school. We achieved something that day. You need schools that can celebrate the backstage kids. Schools that can give a child an honors blazer, an honors black blazer, for the simple reason that they have been an unseen but superb backstage and lighting presence. At Fisher High School, there's a girl who carries a badge saying, Chairman, Sandwich Making Committee. Yeah. Chairman, Sandwich Making Committee. She comes up in assembly and her committee members are mentioned by name. Why? Every Tuesday morning, they butter and jam 8 loaves of bread and take it to a local orphanage. Every Tuesday. And it's not just the awkward kids. There were matric boys in there as well, who had learnt that a boy doing acts of service is of inestimable value. Number 5, discipline. There's a whole seminar, weekend seminar on disciplining teenage boys. The Australian sheep farmers were facing untold sheep deaths because they could not keep their fences in good repair because their fences went on for kilometers and kilometers. And an old farmer said to them, "You are wrong. Close to your home, you dig a water hole and you plant trees for shade, and the sheep will come to you and not push the boundaries." Have you got it? You proactively give teenage boys reason to stay close to the fire and not out of boredom to go and push the boundaries. Rules without relationship. And too often this is father. Rules without relationship in the home creates rebellion, creates underhanded deceit. But this is more of a modern phenomenon. Relationship without rules creates disregard for you as a parent and creates a culture of entitlement. I've got a relationship with you, Mom, Dad, but don't come with rules on me. From 13 to 15, a boy child requires more parenting than at any other stage of his life, because he is heading into risky behavior. He's heading into questioning your beliefs. He will do an experiment. They need rules, routines, and schedules. But on the day they turn 16, obviously I'm exaggerating, you must increase their independence systematically. My boy, I trust you until such time as you give me reason not to trust you. You may now come in at 11 p.m., but know this, if you come at 12 p.m., your curfew will be cut to 10 p.m. You've got the freedom, my boy. This is what we're getting wrong in South African society. We give them increased freedom, but we do not give them increased responsibility. That's where entitlement comes from. It's hell of a difficult adulting. And if we give them the freedom, but we don't say you can work a cell phone, therefore you can work the washing machine. If we don't say life entails responsibility, the one comes with the other, then we are doing them a disservice. The goal of discipline must be to change behavior, not punish it. My teachers hated it when I used to say to them, if you are punishing a child for the same offense again and again and again, then you are the problem, because you are not changing the behavior. You have resorted just to punishing the behavior. I was head of discipline at Muizenberg High School a million years ago. And Leighton spent a lot of time in my office. His teachers put him into detention 53 times. in the course of his grade 9 year, and he would stand in front of me again and again and again. We were the fools. What were we thinking? What were we thinking? Putting a child into detention 53 times. We had not changed his behavior. We had punished his behavior because of his past offenses and had not built him towards a changed future behavior. Leighton phoned me 10 years later. "Sir, I'm graduating." I said, "Leighton, that's brilliant news. What are you graduating as?" He said, "Sir, a criminal lawyer." It's 20 years since that date. I phoned him, tracked him down. Hadn't set eyes on him for 20 years. I said, "Leighton, I'm coming for coffee." He's a forensic auditor in a big firm. He's made good, despite the fact that we allowed him to be in detention 53 times in his grade 9 year. He who deserves love the least needs it the most. He who deserves our love the least needs it the most. But what do? We isolate him, and we send him the message that you've lost the right to be part of things. Now, I did that at Fisher High School when a boy denied a whole class the right to learn. And the consequence of that was you lose the right to be in the class, obviously temporarily. But our natural intention is to isolate the badly behaved boy, but he needs it. So lastly, Johnny, what do boys need? Boys need order, they need routines, and they need schedules. Because a boy's head, particularly between the age of 13 and 15, functions about 5 minutes ahead. Don't think about the afternoon, or the week ahead, or the year ahead. Trying to do goals identification with a grade 8 and 9 boy is an exceptionally difficult thing. Boys need to be taught that an extrovert is not better than an introvert, that an introvert is not a psychological dysfunction. Shame, you should get out more. No, you should talk less. We've created this extrovert ideal in society. I think many countries would be better governed if they didn't vote for the extrovert ideal. There's a cult of personality out there rather than a cult of values, of character, and that men should be measured by those and not by the extent to which they are extroverted. The book Quiet should be essential reading. The power of the quiet child in a world that cannot stop talking. Boys need to play. I can't say it nearly as articulately as was said to us early. In playing, you learn to win and you learn to lose. You learn to be cheated and you learn to cheat and to endure your own regret for your actions. Playing is cathartic. It cleanses aggression. It helps to manage testosterone's excesses in a healthy way. Mark my words, today's screenagers, we are creating a whirlwind of crisis and are going to reap a terrible, terrible harvest. The medical profession is already speaking of SAD as a condition, stressed, anxious, and depressed teenagers. I've not yet met a stressed, anxious, depressed teenage boy that is not addicted to his cell phone, that is not addicted to the dopamine push that it gives him. I'm life coaching one boy. He has 8 hours of screen time a day. In term time, 8 hours a day. I waste time on my cell phone as well. But the screenager, I believe we will inherit deep-seated mental health problems with our boys in the years to come. And just with the smoking industry, the industries will do everything possible to mitigate against the dangers, to keep their sales high. Lastly, Johnny, teenage boys have to get beauty. They have to get excellence. They have to get that the ballerina is as fit, if not stronger, than your lock forward. That the thousands of hours she has put into her ballet is at least the equivalent of what you have done on the rugby, soccer, hockey, cricket field. Rugby boys must go to the school production, and the school play children must go to the rugby games. We've got to learn to appreciate the excellence we have in each other. My son makes a devastating chicken roulade. How did he do that? He took hospitality at Fishhoek High School. Broke the trend of hospitality being for girls. He hasn't gone into the profession, but he loves food and has a broad palate. Excellence can be in cooking. It can be in backstage, as I mentioned. We've got to make children understand that a Californian redwood grows to 120 meters. If we lie it down, it's longer than the 100-meter straight in athletics. And the Niagara Falls, do you know how far it falls? A bristlecone pine is 4,800 years old. We've got to reestablish curiosity and an appreciation for beauty in boys as well. Boys don't need heroes as much as they need role models. Boys need to understand that you can love Cristiano Ronaldo for his soccer, but do you know he has no tattoos on his body? And why is that, guys? It is because he insists on being able to continue to give blood for his community back at home that is in need. Serena Williams, yes, is the greatest women's tennis player of all time. But you know that her foundation pays for 2 entire schools. She built them and she pays the salaries of every single person. Do you know that Lionel Messi gave $20 million during the time of COVID? Sure, appreciate his sporting excellence, but understand he's way, way more than that. He's a role model. Makazola Mpimpi, our South African winger who scored the first try at the Rugby World Cup final ever. You know what he spends his time doing? His foundation works against gender-based violence perpetrated by men. That's what Makazola Mpimpi does. Kids must embrace people as role models and not just as their heroes. In closing, Johnny, everybody can define toxic masculinity. Who can define true masculinity? Who dares in the current age to define what true masculinity is? I can tell you. True masculinity is respect for their fellow citizens. It is integrity. It is doing what you say you will do. It is a sense of responsibility for family, for nature, for those who are disadvantaged. It is courage. And courage means standing firm in the face of adversity. It is humility, not lauding his successes. True masculinity protects and it serves others. That must be modeled to our South African boys. I thank you.
The school that Gavin and I went to have produced some very successful businessmen, advocates who charge 45,000 Rand a day to go to court and lose on your behalf, world-renowned physicists, professors. But my pride in my school is that it's produced people like Gavin. And Gavin, I just want to say that what you are doing now and what you have done is what changes our world. So thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. Before I ask Wasim to come up, he comes from a very scary place. And I'm going to tell you now why it's a scary place. But before I do that, I just want to add something to what Gavin said. When I was at Rondebosch Primary School, I was in Standard 1. We had standards back then. It was that long ago. You had Sub A, Sub B, Standard 1. I remember Don Laidlaw, the principal, and that square where I was standing still there, he said, Johnny, come over here. I want to talk to you. He said, listen, we've got a new teacher coming next year in Standard 1. She's from America. We are worried that she's not going to settle. Could you stay behind another year and just take care of her? So I got your back. He never told me I'd failed Standard 1. Never. I never experienced a second round in Standard 1 as a failure because I had a responsibility to help Ms. Puchart make it through the year. And I never failed again. It is these moments that allow us to understand that when we are our best as human beings, we can change lives. Now, let me talk about Wasim. Wasim, you are is it the principal psychologist, the chief psychologist? I mean, it's quite the principal psychologist at Valkenburg Psychiatric Hospital. I've been there not too long ago. Not as a client, but as a guest. Yes. But when I was a little boy, we used to drive past there, and my dad used to say, Johnny, never end up there, because the crazy people are there. And I still, when I drive past, that childhood voice semi-haunts me. So when I was asked to go there to visit a construction group that had just lost a colleague, driving in, this overwhelming sense of me back as a child and my dad saying, there are crazy people there. But then I realized that the crazy people that are not there or there are nothing like my mother, who's never been locked up and who's as mad as the day is long. Wasim, on that note, welcome. Please come up.
Thank you so much. I like to move when I'm anxious. So thank you everybody for allowing me to be here for the third year in the row. I feel that it's my job to help you get through this conference. What an honor it is to listen to the speaker. Services. And I thought I'm going to come here and explain how people are able to access the services that are available at government for mental health. And that will indeed be what I'm trying to achieve. But I think the bigger question for me is, what happens when you don't get access? I think for me, the worst words when you are facing your darkest hour is by appointment only. Out of office. Who told you to come here? Go back to where you came from and ask them to assist. And I think those have become all too common phrases in all spheres of life. And I think when it comes to mental health carries a lot of stigma, but it's the one thing that defines us, besides our soul, from all animals on the planet, is our mind. And it is effectively just our health that we're focusing on. Can we move to the next slide? And I'm trying to see my very heavy context. a whole big slide filled with my anxiety of wanting to say something meaningful that is actually saying we're in trouble. It was a message that I gave last year and the year before that, and we're still in trouble. If we look at the stats that's on that slide, we can see that 15.9% of South Africans have experienced a mental or substance use disorder in the previous 12 months. So 15% is 1 in 10 or more than that. And we need to count how many people do we have in this room. And I'm going to gloss over everything else because I'm aware there's time and a dance that will occur after the time. But what is most shocking is that South Africa ranked second lowest on the mental health quotient. So if you're thinking about happiness and mental health, we are second last as a country. Out of 64 different countries that were measured, which is speaking to the dire circumstances that we all face. The economic impact is considerable. You know, this week I said, is it not Friday yet? It felt like it was just dragging and dragging and dragging. And I'm like, on Wednesday I thought it was Friday. On Thursday I thought it was Friday. And I realized I must be facing burnout because I generally enjoy working. But it felt like the week wouldn't come to an end. And I think if I hadn't internalized the need to be a good boy, I probably wouldn't have gone to work. But I'm naturally compliant, so that works. And we see that happening across all sectors, in government, in private sector. It's everywhere that people are just not showing up anymore. And we think of absenteeism, which is people being away, children, teenagers, adults, employees. But we also look at presenteeism, which is you are there, but you're not really there. And one can also apply that, are you there in the moment? Or are you just going through the motions of what needs to be done? So there are, I think, we as a country, I think we as a province, as a city, are in desperate need of access to mental health services, but the resources of both health and mental health in particular is quite limited. And one of the big struggles is knowing how to access those services. So our model is not rotted, it's rooted in the notion of making every contact count, which is that every moment we are now trying to push as an agenda within government. I'm not going to go into the model, it might have been spoken about earlier this morning by Noshina, which is every moment and every contact that you have with a human being in any of our facilities should have value. And a very simple example of that is, and what I gave an example to my own intern psychologist trainees, is if you are in the outpatients department and somebody appears lost or confused, go up and ask them, is everything okay? And find out where it is that they may wish to go to. So every contact is critical. And those words, out of office, by appointment only, actually stands in the, by appointment only stands in the path of helping human beings. And it's a difficult balance to hold because we are busy, but we have to think about those few seconds of engaging as one human being to another. And I think that's something that's actively being promoted now. We're starting to see this philosophy come through. And it makes me think of an instance that happened actually 10 years ago in this month. So I was at Lenta here, psychiatric hospital where I was working, and a person came in to the outpatients department and said they had an appointment with me. And I thought, oh my word, I've blanked. I didn't know I had an appointment. And the admin team also seemed a bit confused. They said, there's nothing booked here. And somebody said, I think this person is taking a chance. So I said, it's fine. Let's meet the person. And they said, but the person's not booked. So I said, well, that person decided to get onto a taxi, a bus. Somehow they managed to get here. I recognized the face, so I saw them in the inpatient unit. So whether there's an appointment or no appointment, I do actually have a 30-minute gap at this moment. And I'm not turning away somebody who's just arrived asking for help, because you don't come for psychology or psychiatry or any sort of health service if you're not in need. So let's hear what's happening. I'm also curious, did I have a moment where my brain switched off and made an appointment without, which I didn't. And that person had said he really thought he was going to be turned away. And I think it's safe to say it here, but I think there was a God's whispers moment, which I said is, that was the inclination of the system, but something just said to me, you should see this person at this moment. And I think we should listen more to that inner voice, the good voice, which is it's easy to not do things. And we have a lot of reasons as to why we can say, I can't do this now, I can't do this now. But the philosophy of actually saying, let's try and help, maybe I'm not going to be successful, but at least I've tried, can have great value, not just for the person that you're assisting, but for you as a human being as well. So I think making every contact count is actually also making every moment in life count. We can move on to the next slide, thanks. I'm getting to a... Next slide, please. Hello. Let's make this moment count. Oh, it's moved, it's moved. So our entire philosophy is looking at 4 different spheres of work. I'm going to go very quickly through this. But from a mental health perspective, we have services at every level of care. And I think what's important to understand is that there's levels of care, which is we have primary level healthcare services, that's the clinics in the community. We have district hospitals, such as False Bay Hospital and Victoria Hospital, and New Somerset and Westvliet in Atlantis. And then we have the big boys, the tertiary hospitals that you've heard, Groote Schuur, Tygerberg, and somewhere in between is specialist services, which is Valkenburg, Lentegeur, Stickland for mental health, Mowbray Maternity for female services. And different levels of problems go to different levels of service. So just to hold that. And it's just, this slide is very useful because it's become our guide in terms of understanding what we should be doing at different levels, which is wellness promotion. We actually want people to not get to a point where they are requiring help. How do we promote good health? Is it Mr. Fish, Dr. Fish, Gavin? Gav. Sorry, I can't call him just Gav. Okay. The principles that you were sharing is health promotion. If we actively encourage the qualities that he spoke of with our children, we may get them to a point where they will not need to access services. Not for everybody, but I think we would definitely reduce the numbers. People go through traumas, they go through different experiences, but we are now thinking of what can we do to help people stay well, rather than dealing with a treatment model. So prevention has become very important to us. We think of that even from a mental health perspective. It's not just about physical health. What are the things that you can do as a human being to improve your own health? I worked with a couple on Thursday. And I said, I'd like you, and obviously when you're working with couples, it means that marriages are in trouble. And I said, what I'd like you to do sometime over the weekend is, the focus really is on what's not working and what the challenges or problems are. But I'd like you to take a look over your 30 years of marriage for just 1 hour by yourself and ask yourself, what has worked? What value has this person brought into my life? Whether it be you appreciate that it's the mother or father of your children, it's the care that they may have showed when you were ill, and that we focus on how do we build something rather than just dissecting what is not working and trying to just fix that. Build on what is working. And that's what health promotion really is about. We speak about living more healthy lives. So just taking a walk can be very healthy. I said that to a medical student, which is, I can see that they're taking strain because our system is under strain. You know, I think everybody's heard of the austerity measures. And I said, when you leave work on Sunday, go to whatever the park is, otherwise you may run into the person there. I said, and just take a walk. Not for workout purposes, but just be in Mother Nature. See the sun, see other people. Because the nature of our work is that we're caught in places of suffering, where people are suffering. So many people speak, you know, there is the stigma of Valkenburg being a place for crazy people. For me, when I touch the walls, I feel the suffering of the people. It's a 130-year-old hospital. And yes, there are ghosts. We all keep holy texts with us in the buildings. It's the only way to keep them out. But I'm not going to go into that in any great detail. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to give you an overview of what we're looking at. And what I want to say is there are resources. And those resources, if we just come from a mental health hub perspective, if we look at the Western Cape has been divided up into 3 broad zones. And it is not meant to stop people from accessing services. You can go to any facility and ask for help, and we will not refuse. But to help channel resources and make things more feasible, you have these 3 zones, which I'm not going to go into. But Valkenburg is the hub, mental health resource or hub, the specialist hospital that services what we call the Southern Western substructure. It's very long words. But think of everything from Fishhoek to the waterfront, right around the mountain. And then we also have a rural area that we are also responsible for. Lenteghier has its own zone, Stikland also has its own zone. And then what we look at in terms of our resource hospital and tertiary hospitals. And I said you move from one to the other, depending on the complexity and difficulty and the input that is required for the problem which the person is presenting with. So I thought, just useful to know these things, because once we start knowing how to access services, it becomes easier to access the service and to tell people who you may know how to access services and hopefully not get the answer of out of office. Next slide, please. So ultimately, Valkenburg, we admit the patients who have strange behavior, or that is a large part of the work. The hospital has many different services. But we call it the admission pathway, which is how do you admit somebody to a hospital? And that's the line that I'm going to discuss today. And also look at why you would admit somebody and who can assist you with this process. So firstly, we must say it's best to work preventatively, to see the signs of an episode coming and to seek help before an admission is required. I will refer back to the case that I saw 10 years ago. That particular person, I'll be honest, I was very paranoid when I met the person in the group. I thought this is some sort of test. I've just started a job, and this person definitely does not seem ill. So this must be my boss who has sent somebody in to test out my competencies, which may mean I needed to be admitted, but we won't go there. Sometimes I often think, should I be in therapy or should I be giving therapy? Which I suppose is a good question. That person was admitted twice a year for 60 days at a time. The average cost, I'm not sure exactly what the current cost is now, but When we calculated it back then, for a person to be admitted to Lentegeur or Valkenburg or Stikland Hospital was 1,000 rand per evening of taxpayer funds, which means one admission equals 60,000 rand. Twice a year. That's just from the financial model. From a human model, it meant that 4 months out of every year, the person was in hospital. It also meant that the person was experiencing hallucinations and delusions and a lot of distress. And what happened was, in working with the person as an outpatient on a regular basis, weekly, which costs 30 rand per session if you work on a sliding scale in government, the person went from 2 admissions per year for 8 years to 0 admissions in the 4 years there. So it's about recognizing the signs. Even though I will speak about the admission pathway, when you see that somebody is not okay, intervene before it gets to a point where they must go to hospital. When you see somebody's distressed, and I think I had a conversation with a colleague, which is we're seeing less emphasis on people going into our acute units because they're being intervened with earlier, which I'll speak to a little bit in our presentation. But there are going to be times when admissions are required. It's not nice, it's not pleasant, but they are required. And there are 2 pathways which can be taken depending on the severity of an episode. So, you know, it's very interesting. At Valkenburg Hospital, I would say about 80% of our patients are presenting with psychosis or mania. Psychosis is commonly linked with schizophrenia and with using substances. It includes perceptual disturbances, eyes, ears, tongue, touch. And if you start smelling things, then you need to get to a neurologist quickly because it may indicate some sort of brain issue. That's what we were told. Olfactory hallucinations are the most dangerous for your own physical well-being. And mania is, think of something swinging off a chandelier. Very agitated, very excited, either very irritable or very euphoric. Which is sad because Valkenburg's acute unit is not just supposed to be for that. It's supposed to be everything. Any mental health illness which is acute, if you're male, you should go to the male unit, which means if you're very, 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 very depressed, you should be able to come to us. But with the limited number of beds that is available, unfortunately, the worst cases are prioritized. And by that, what I mean is, it needs to be this most severe of the most severe, because we have to triage that which is most urgently needed. And that means some people who also could benefit from the service never get access. It's almost like the problem child who gets all the attention and because of behavioral disturbance, and the child who's struggling or suffering and is quiet is left to the wayside. And that really is a resource constraint that we sit with. But technically, it's just a moral thing that I sit with. We should cater for everyone. But in the context of this conversation, we're thinking of psychotic episodes, manic episodes, which is related to your mood, and also extreme suicidality, where people want to take their own lives. How do we admit those people? What is the pathway? Next slide, please. So we've spoken about tiers and level of care. And I'm speaking specifically around how do we access state services. There are other routes in the private sector, but I'll leave the private sector to discuss that. I'm going to speak about government health. So a resource that we have, which is very incredible, is community-based health workers. These are lay counselors who have been employed by various non-profit organizations working with the Department of Health and the Department of Social Development. There's a long organogram which I'm not going to go into, whose job it is to check in on patients. It started with TB and HIV and diabetes in terms of are you taking your medication, and has expanded to really look at people holistically. So and I actually met 3 of them in Gugulethu on Tuesday, where we launched a new project. And what an incredible group of people to work with, because they're able to take the message out into the community. if you have need of psychological help, come to this place at this time. So if you are aware of your community-based health workers, you can even make inquiry within different government departments, who are the people in place. This is somebody who you can consult with. We also have our community health care centers. Megan, I'm going to ask you if you can name just 2 here in False Bay. So there are always going to be different services at different places because there simply isn't enough people. But that doesn't stop you from going to one place and then finding out where the service is located. So for example, we don't have an intern psychologist at Nyanga Clinic, but we do have one at Guguletu Clinic. Anybody who requires psychology who reports at Nyanga will be booked with a person at Guguletu. So these boundaries that we have shouldn't be seen as rigid. It's meant to make care easier. It's not meant to restrict people from access to care. So we have our community health centers, which is the first place that you will access. There is generally a mental health nurse that is present in some clinics, and if you don't have one at the clinic, you find out where the mental health nurse is based. We have, I can't make out, I'm getting old. Registrars, those are psychiatrists in training at certain clinics. We have clinical psychologists, not at every clinic, but they rotate through spaces. We have intern psychologists, and we're very pleased that over the past 4 years, the rollout of registered counselors. Not pandering to you, Megan. It's actually, we can feel the difference. So already you start seeing, not at every clinic, but there are clinics where there are people that will be able to provide mental health care intervention for any mental health issue. And if we think of South Africa, our high rate of crime and violence, PTSD definitely has to be up there. I'm sure the statistics are there, I just didn't pull it up for today. If we looked at the statistics on the first slide, depression is high, anxiety is high, substance abuse is high. Substance abuse, we want to think of people as being, they are committing a crime, but actually it's an illness. And we often discuss, why do people take substances? It's to escape the reality of their lives. And one psychiatrist had said to me, would you want to be sober in the life that this person leads and the suffering that they face, when the psychosis is actually a happy place? So substances is also on the increase because of the circumstances that we see. We then go to our district hospitals, such as Victoria Hospital, where you'll have a psychiatrist, clinical psychologist, not all working every day there, but they are connected to the space. We don't have an intern psychologist at Victoria, but at False Bay, social workers and registered counselors working there as well. And then also our specialist hospitals, which is Falkenberg. We specialize in mental health. We're not special. We're offering a special service. And by that I mean it's a specific service. So we're not fantastic, which we are, but we're not officially. But just to understand that as the process or problem becomes more complex, you'll move through this stream. But generally, if you are okay-ish, you would start at your community health center. So that's one stream that you can take. Maybe go to the next slide. So I would imagine, Megan, I'm going to use you as an example to anchor me. I might present with depressive symptoms. That's what I think I have. Then I come to Megan, and I come to Fisher Clinic. A mental health nurse sees me there, assesses me. What happens then? She goes, I think Wasim needs some counseling because he's got depressive symptoms. I'm going to refer him to Megan. We're just pretending that you're at Fishhoek. I know you're at False Bay. Once you are seeing the person at Fishhoek Clinic, the registered counselor is going, wait a minute, this person is starting to hear voices, outside voices, which they're responding to, and actually also seeing things. It seems to be undercover, like the person seems to be functional. I think I might refer them to the psychiatrist or psychologist that's present just to get a second take on what's happening there. And then when you get to the psychiatrist, they go, wait a minute, this person is actively psychotic because of depression, and depression can make you psychotic. We think they need to be admitted into a hospital to stabilize the situation. And that's what we have officially, let me say officially, 72 hours, which is the district hospital has 72 hours to assist somebody with active psychosis, suicidality, or mania, manic episode, to try and settle the symptoms with medication before they should move towards a specialist hospital such as Valkenburg. That doesn't happen in reality because we have waiting lists. It's not a pleasant experience to wait for so long. We fully understand that it's not something we wish on any person, which is, it can be a wait of 24 hours in an emergency center, and everybody's very aware of that. But if you're wanting to make sure that the person has care and is being cared for, you still want to get them into that space because it's about treatment. In private, just because I also have a private practice in the evenings, which is you have a similar route with suicidality, and the wait is still 6 to 7 hours. And that's at our best private hospitals because you are seen as a green patient. So if they had to triage you like a red is about to die, green, we know you're suicidal, but you're sitting here and we can watch you. So we will first attend to all physical illnesses before we get to you. So it's still a 6 to 7 hour wait. And I remember working with a mother where for 9 months we were waiting for the psychotic episode during pregnancy. And it didn't happen, and we went, hallelujah. We survived that. We were expecting it, and I'm not going to go into the reasons why. 2 weeks after the baby's born, the psychosis begins. And then it was going to a private hospital, and that person said it was rather unpleasant, which is they said it was about a 7-hour wait. And that person was clearly presenting with psychotic symptoms, should actually have come to state, but they started the treatment in that space before moving them over. So, district hospital, if they are successful in 72 hours, and by successful doesn't mean that they were doing anything that it is about them, it's about the illness itself, whether it can be settled. If it doesn't settle in 72 hours, you should then go to Valkenburg. Next slide, please. So, what are the types of admission? We have voluntary care, treatment, and rehabilitation. That's mostly outpatient work. No person can truly force another human being to engage in a service, psychologically speaking. It's against our constitution, our scope of practice, etc. So, if we look at our outpatients, they would normally be, in most cases, people who voluntarily agree to service. We also have something known as assisted care, treatment and rehabilitation, and that's an assisted patient. That means it has been deemed that the person does not have the capacity to make informed consent or give informed consent. It may be because they are psychotic. It may be because they are actively manic and therefore cannot make a decision about their own treatment, but they are still open and amenable. So they're not resisting treatment of any kind. And then you also have involuntary care, treatment, and rehabilitation, which means same criteria is met. The person doesn't have the capacity to make the decision, but may be resisting care. And it becomes quite dicey, and we see it all the time at Valkenburg, where patients feel like they've been imprisoned, and they don't understand why. Next slide, please. And this is just to understand if you were ever going to take somebody to hospital, what you might be having to encounter. So consent to care, treatment, and rehabilitation services and admission to health establishments. I'm going to read this because I think it's quite important. A healthcare provider or health establishment may provide care, treatment, and rehabilitation services to or admit a mental health care user only if 1, they give permission, 2, it's authorized by a court order or a review board, which is if essentially the school governing council of a hospital, if I had to break it down in the most basic terms. Or due to mental illness, any delay in providing care, treatment, and rehabilitation services or admission may result in the death or irreversible harm to the health of the user. So the moment that is being deemed as it's imminent now, that the person is going to die or there's going to be irreversible harm, a hospital is permitted to treat. And the questions can follow afterwards to make sure that we fulfill the criteria. Somber things to speak about, but important knowledge to have at one's disposal. Next slide, please. So this is the big one, which is what I find when I work with patients, family members. How do we get our child to the hospital? What do we do? The person can go themselves to the hospital if they want to. So a person can, Wasim Hawa, could come to Falls Bay Hospital now and say, I think I'm going to take my own life, please help. And they will assess me to see if I need to be admitted. There are many patients who report, especially at New Somerset, I do supervision there with the intern there, where people come themselves asking for help. Your next of kin can also bring you. So this is where it becomes challenging and where number 3 and 4 comes into effect. We've heard that there is an incredible amount of stats of destructive behavior by young males. Those stats are equally applicable to mental health because of substance use when it comes to psychosis. Our male units are twice the size of our female units. The number of male patients who are coming in with substance-induced psychosis is exponentially higher than our female patients. And there's a clip on YouTube that was on Afternoon Espresso. I hope I can say that, or it's not trademarked, where they were speaking at how males cope with distress in terms of the pleasure principle. Rather engaging with the distress and talking and sharing, it's easier to go to the bottle of whiskey, which makes you feel better instantly, or to substances. So one of the big phenomena we face, anecdotally, is a mother who's this high, sitting with a son of my height. We spoke about single mothers being 64% of our households in South Africa. Moi, or the version of me, is on crystal methamphetamine, aka tuck, and has now become extremely aggressive and violent. How does Mother Dearest, who's petite and small, get this 6-foot son to the hospital? So they can call on other people to assist them. You can also call our ambulance services. We do know our ambulance services are often under strain. And then also when we see a lot of, I must make sure I don't fall off the stage, otherwise I'll require my ambulance. And then it'll be injury on duty. It's Friday, for those of you in government. Ambulance is also under strain, and the moment we're seeing violent behavior, they're not necessarily the best equipped to manage that. If you're seeing aggressive behavior of somebody that actually needs to be restrained, which is where SAPS comes in. And many patients and even the family members struggle with contacting SAPS. Now, because I was a good boy as a child, I view the police as somebody not to be threatened by. They are here to assist us. They are here to maintain civil order, so I don't have a reaction when I see a SAPS vehicle. They're the good guys, so we like them. But when you see your family member going into the back of a van, your view may change very quickly. And many mothers have said, why did my child have to go into the van? And many people ask, even when they recover, why was I put into the back of a van when I was sick and I'm not a criminal? And I said, their duty is not only about working with criminals. They are one of the few departments who have the authority to escort somebody unwillingly. Also, we I believe and trust, minimum force is used in order to restrain somebody that is unwilling to go with. And we're thinking of the person who's using crystal methamphetamine. So we're not calling SAPS because the police and the patient is a criminal. We're calling SAPS because they have the expertise to assist a family member with somebody who may be aggressive and violent while they are very ill, regardless of whether there's substances or not, to get them to the hospital. And we think of the mother who's alone with her son, or the wife, or in some cases the children. Some people have said they've had difficulties accessing it, but I know that the legislation requires SAPS to escort people in. So those are your 4 ways of getting somebody to the hospital. And if it is severe, go to the emergency room. If you as the next of kin go, this is totally out of control, and it can happen very quickly. It can happen within the space of an hour. You're sitting with somebody now, they ingest substances, and then they become violently ill, literally and metaphorically, because of whatever it is that they may have hallucinating about. So it's not that they're responding to you, it's the hallucinations that they're responding to. Then an emergency room is your safest option. If you see those early warning signs, so I saw it with my patient from 10 years ago. When he started saying certain things, he thinks his wife's having an affair. I'm like, doctor, please reassess. Know that it's time. You can almost see it starting. And then medication may increase so that symptoms can go down. That's how we kept the person out of the hospital. But if things have gone beyond that point, your emergency room at all your district hospitals is key. You must also know we cannot refuse care to any person. So if you come to Valkenburg Hospital, you drive past Falls Bay, you drive past Victoria, you pass Groote Schuur, you come down the road, and you come to Valkenburg, we will wonder what your petrol allowance is. But we will not say no. And you should know, and you should let people know, that any person who refuses you care at a hospital is in big trouble, because the job is to stabilize the person first and then get them to wherever they need to be. Should I say something controversial or not? Yes? It applies to private as well. Any sort of medical emergency, you must go, if you go in, they are supposed to treat. Yes, you're going to get an 8 million rand bill afterwards. I remember my uncle, he's a very successful attorney. He rushed with my cousin. He married a much younger woman. We adore her. She's like an older sister, first wife, didn't even need first other wife. First wife, he married late in life, so my cousins are more like my nephews and nieces. And he rushed with the second eldest to the hospital, but he forgot his wallet, his very heavy cards, by that I mean bank cards, and everything that he would require to pay the people at admission, and they wouldn't see him, the child. And he said, take the car keys. Take the Raju watch. Here, take it as a deposit. Can you please just see to the child? And he's a lawyer. If only he'd known then, they cannot refuse if somebody's in a medical crisis. I've heard recently of a patient's spouse who was having a miscarriage, and I'm not going to say which hospitals it is, but effectively these 2 private hospitals on 2 opposite sides of the peninsula. And they said, oh, but you are being seen at that hospital during an active miscarriage, and sent the person to the other hospital, which was effectively 45 minutes. And I said, even if the miscarriage was unavoidable, what about the well-being of the person who may be hemorrhaging internally? So a lot of the trauma was about being turned away from a hospital, but you're not receiving care here. So I'm sure I'm going to now be sued. But it's important to know no health facility can refuse care in a crisis. Next slide, please. Everybody's after this slide, and I'll give it to nobody because it took me 2 hours to make it. Hours and hours and hours of trying to create a flow map of which clinics go to which hospital. But I'll make it available to everybody here because it's already uploaded. This is your guide of which clinics go to which district hospital and which feed into Valkenburg. The ones in pink is where we have active services in terms of the psychology footprint. So it's a slide from another presentation to show what we are covering. So you should know if you go to Hout Bay Clinic, you should be, I can't see, the color is now, it wasn't tested for, is it Victoria there? Is it Victoria? I can't make out the, yes, it's Victoria, I can see it. If you go to Retreat Clinic, that's your hospital. You can access any hospital. Remember, nobody will refuse you care, but for ease of the system, there's routes. Is there a mistake on there, Megan? Megan, is there a mistake? Is there a new hospital? Must I repair the slide? Oh, sorry. It may be a wrong slide that we worked with. We will correct it. But again, remember, you can't refuse care at Victoria. Just remember that. Just remember that. Maybe that was a trick to see if you would pick it up. So it's just to be aware. I thought it was important to see this because people often don't know where to go to. It's weird. I find it very weird. But I'm not questioning it because I'm sure it's a three-dimensional map and I think two-dimensionally, which is Gugulethu seems quite far from New Somerset Hospital. But it's all worked out in terms of how we carry the load between different areas and what the hospitals are capable of. So we'll correct that little trick that I inserted in there. Is that the only error, Megan? Oh, okay. Next slide. So prevention is better than admission. Admission may be needed and is one of the ways in which we can access help from the state. So I want people to know that is an option and a route. But outpatient support remains key. So it is about seeing the mental health, especially post-discharge. Once the first admission has occurred and there's been a diagnosis of substance-induced psychosis or schizophrenia or bipolar mood disorder, ongoing support is quite critical in terms of preventing relapse, because it's about how do we stay as healthy as possible. And so outpatient support can mean many different things. And we move to the next slide, and I'll run through this because I think we've covered it to a certain degree. So we have our own outreach service as Valkenburg. We have interns at 7 different clinics. And then there's 4 other intern psychologists who are also at 4 different clinics, and that's just for our substructure. So Stickland has its own outreach project, and so does Lente here. We have registered counselors at district hospitals and also at the clinics, depending on how they're deployed. Just so that you know about our intern psychologists, they are a valuable resource. They're psychologists in training, but each intern is supervised by somebody who's already qualified. So every case is actually discussed with the supervisor, so that the input is not just the input of the intern, but the input of the supervisor themselves. An intern is somebody who's already in their 6th year of study. And then we have also expanded our intern psychology program, not just from the clinics, but into Westvliet, False Bay, and New Somerset. So those 3 hospitals on a Friday now have an intern psychologist to augment and boost the service that's in effect. That's only come into effect in the past 2 years. Next slide, please. No, I think that's enough there. And then also we formally provided peer mentoring to the registered counsellor who offered services in Southern Western Klipfontein drainage areas. Unfortunately, post is currently vacant, so we're looking at how else we can try and buffer that service. And then I think we're on to our final slide. No, it's more of the same. So just to also note, we've just launched our Gugulethu early intervention support and help program, which is Tuesdays at 9:30. Any person who's discharged into Nyanga or Gugulethu from Falkenberg, or even from the district hospitals, who require ongoing support for a psychiatric disorder such as schizophrenia or bipolar mood disorder or substance-induced psychosis, can be referred into the outpatient group. The key ultimately is always getting in touch with your community health worker or your mental health nurses. That's generally the first port of call in order to get access to the rest of the system. And I think the next should be the final slide. Please let it be the final slide, I'm tired. Oh, concluding comments. So mental health services, we have to be honest, is not as readily available as it should be. State services, I can say over the past 3 years, I'm quite stunned. I've seen a rapid increase. We had 8 registered counselors, we now have 16. So that's a major improvement in the space of 3 years from 0. We had only 4 intern psychologists at Falkenberg, we now have 7. So there's a clear understanding that mental health services are becoming more and more important and that accessibility is dependent on the people who make services, who deliver services. So although waiting times are not ideal, we are striving to expand services to as many individuals as possible. So I know one thing that we're very proud of at Falkenberg is that we have a 0 waiting list on our outpatient service. Within 30 days, you'll be seen. How my outpatient psychologist does that, I don't know. I think she works until 12 o'clock in the evening. But she ensures that the list is attended to so that people get help as quickly as possible. And then I think that brings us to thank you and the end of my slightly boring presentation as we speak about admission pathways. I hope you've had an enlightening hour and 67 minutes. Your waiting time may almost have been as long as being in an EC. Thank you.
Wasim, thank you so much. I'm not sure how I should feel about Falkenberg now after the reference to ghosts, but I'll process that. What we're going to do is the volunteers are setting up the chairs for the Q&A. While they're doing that, let me encourage you to take a quick stretch break. Maybe like a 3-4 minute, just stretch, breathe, and then we're going to come back and Gavin Fish is going to host the Q&A. Thank you. The Q&A people know who they are. Okay. Gavin Fish.
Nikki, you're up. CJ, you're up. Hello, I'm Gavin. You're up.
Yes, I am. I actually wanted to tell you, Joan Adams. Joan Adams. She was my sister. So yes, I've known you through her over the years. And also with your last, I think I heard when you had COVID, the very first mental health one, your talk via COVID was something that I still use today, about the bamboo shoots. So, and I raise a boy, so I've got a line to
Yeah, so we
don't
can
like.
play.
We can play here. This is far more interesting than... Hi, Nikki. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I love both of your presentations. I was like taking down notes, going, oh yes, I can reference that and refer to that. Like your transformative leadership is especially like participating and active and doing. You know.
Are you from Durban?
No, do I sound like it?
A little bit.
Do I?
Yeah.
No. I'm a
Hilton,
thoroughbred.
Natal.
Do I?
Yeah. Pietermaritzburg, Hilton, St. Anne's.
No, sorry, thoroughbred Cape Townian. My mother's British, so
That's why.
I think there's probably a bit of that hanging in there. But yeah, no. So it's been good, eh?
Very. I think people are just a bit tired. Hello.
Yeah, it's long.
Folks, can we take our seats? In fact, why don't we take our seats a lot closer?
Oh, thank you so much.
Good, somebody's listening. Come on, get close, people. Sue, oh, come on. Come close. Come close. Somebody that's not here today. Andrea, this is my full team, am I right? Marion's there? Yeah, thanks for nothing, Nikki. Okay, folk, the intention here is to create the opportunity for you to ask questions of specific individuals now that you've percolated what they've had to say. I'm also interested in points of commonality between what we've said. I'm going to lead with questions to all of you because you all pricked something in me. I've already referred to the overlap and the necessity of play with boys. Absolutely. So I'm going to start with you, Barbara. I got really excited with that notion of plasticity, that my brain is not a finite factor, that I'm not an IQ of 89 till the day I die. How does that plasticity link to the positivity about which you spoke? Surely it is a message of hope.
So it's actually it's the plasticity of the brain that helps us to grow new neural pathways. And when we grow new neural pathways, we're learning something new. So that fits in with the positive intelligence, because what we want to do, it's very interesting if you look at the human brain, the connection between right and left brain is very small. But if you follow the operating model, you grow new neural pathways to your right brain. So when I started positive intelligence, just as a client, I had a 5-lane highway to my left brain and a tiny little dirt track to my right brain. And with practice, you grow new neural pathways. And that's based on our brain's plasticity.
Thank you, Barbara. And that leads on to Robert. Transformational leadership surely requires plasticity. I don't believe anybody is born a transformational leader. Surely that requires emotional maturity, years of experience. Could that be linked to the concept of plasticity?
I think that's where you get coaching helps a lot, because the leader has a little map how they respond, and that response is the default. So the neuroplasticity to say you can learn new ways of, new habits of leadership, new behaviors, and you can have a new way of leading, but for that it has to have an intentionality. So you need self-awareness, and then you need a strategy to probably manage your trigger. as a leader and then choose is a more efficient way of leading or a more efficient way of doing something, less costly emotionally, less destructive. And then through repetitive practice and intentionality, you can get into probably automaticity, where it's now more a habit. But I think what we're learning is that the brain can be very negative, negative emotional attractors, and so the leader's NEA can be part of the profile. They respond negatively. So you come to the leader with a problem that they should be solving, their response is negative. And it could be their own trauma, their own inability to cope with stress, they're overstretched, they're too busy, so they have a stress reaction, which is negative, which makes the person who's coming to them for a solution more stressed. So I think that, yes, the plasticity of a leader is very important for the impact of their leadership.
Thank you. Marion. Marion is a social worker at False Bay Hospital. To what extent are the people that you work with guilty of this negativity bias, that they just have a negative disposition to life? Or to what extent is it the horrendous circumstances socioeconomically that people have?
So it's quite a complex answer, because people come, as Wasim said earlier, people come to the hospital looking for help. And when you see out of office or get pushed from pillar to post, it builds up onto that. It adds to the already complex suffering that we see in the home. So it definitely adds to it into the terms of when somebody comes to the hospital, they know that they're going to get help, or they hope that they're going to get help. And our job is to make sure that it's accessible. But what's happening at home is that we are working in a very sterile environment, and often we don't understand what that suffering looks like. So part of when we do a social work assessment is we actually ask, what is your home environment like? And one of the things we ask is, do you live in a brick house? Do you live in a shack? Do you live on the street? Or do you live in a wooden Wendy house? And I often get patients looking at me and going, why are you asking that? Well, that impacts your mental health. If you are 5 people living in a 1-bedroom or 1-roomed structure without ablution facility and without access to water, your mental health is instinctively affected and depression starts. So we have to look at that socioeconomic, just in the sense of the majority of the patients that we see with regards to what is their housing situation like. And for you and I that probably live in a housed environment, it's incomprehensible to understand if you are living in a 1-roomed structure, and I say structure because there are structures, sometimes informal structures, what does that look like in terms of mental health? And how do our pretty interventions fit in with that? Because it doesn't always fit. So we have to find things that are going to assist someone with their mental health distress in a way that fits the socioeconomics that they are faced with.
Do you see lots of people that you wish you could refer onto Wasim, but our structures just don't make it as easy as Wasim alluded to?
So if you had asked me that question 5 years ago, which was before I started with the Department of Health, I might have said yes. But knowing how we have evolved since COVID, I can honestly say that our accessibility to mental health services have improved greatly. The addition of registered counsellors has allowed us to do the work that we're supposed to do in terms of social work, in terms of psychology, in terms of psychiatry. The introduction of making every contact count has allowed us to have better accessibility for our patients as well. We've also made it that, especially at False Bay Hospital, to make sure that patients know that that is a safe zone, whether it is for gender-based violence, whether it is for mental health supports, whether it is for children, that we make sure that every person there feels safe, because we want to help. That is our duty. That is what we are employed to do.
Sorry, Nikki, with all the sadness and all the negativity, which has been a pervasive theme, well, actually that negativity can be overcome, why is play so at risk? I mean, when you asked your ladies to do funky chicken, I just wanted the earth to open up. I've actually lost the ability to play. Why is play at risk? Just elaborate on that point that you made earlier.
Well, just for that reason, I mean, exactly what you said there. I think it's so foreign now. It's so far away. I mean, people, families, parents who are so stressed find it difficult. You know, the way that the way our nervous system works when we're stressed is we either fight or we contract ourselves, so we become very small. And so a lot of the families that we work with, you know, there's a disconnect in the home. The children are outside, or they're in the room, the parents are on the couch, the relationship is not there. And it's difficult when you are that stressed and you're that worried and you've got real big world issues. It's difficult to give yourself the permission or the creativity or even the breath to relax a little bit and connect and play. And so it doesn't happen in the households, but children do want it anyway, and they will do it outside, and they'll find somebody, and often those people that they'll find outside are very unhealthy and trying to pull them in the wrong directions. And so it is, you know, that's one of the examples sort of how it's at risk. So yeah, to be able to bring it in the house a little bit and to be able to have children realizing that they have the permission to play. There are so many kids who are living way beyond their years, who are so stressed. I mean, my colleagues having, you know, just about every day there's gunshots in the community, and these kids are hearing it, their bodies are absorbing it, and if they're not able to let it out, they will not let it out in the classroom and on the chair trying to learn maths or academics or whatever. So they don't have an opportunity to release this. And that stays, and that stays, and that influences neuroplasticity in the opposite direction to where you were wanting to go with it.
Thank you. Marion's boosting to add to that.
I want to just add that we're having children. There's been a high increase in adolescent or teenage pregnancies. And one would think that being a child, having a child, you'd know how to play. But unfortunately, and I do a lot of counseling with adolescents, they do not, because they are thrust into this adulthood of parenting. And so they're forgetting how to play, and they're still in that sense of trauma that is going, because it's shame, embarrassment, and everything else that's going on along with it. So we're trying to get that play back, to not let them lose a childhood also in terms of that. But it's so difficult, the social circumstances that goes with it.
CJ, we have heard... CJ, we've heard facets of negativity, and negativity, and how we respond to it. But at the other end of that continuum is a phrase you use, and that's toxic positivity. Now, toxic positivity is usually well meant by a parent, but toxic positivity, it delegitimizes how you're feeling and your disappointment and your sadness and your natural negativity about something. How do you see toxic positivity working?
So toxic positivity, I think oftentimes from my experience with clients and also just interactions with other colleagues that we often have peer supervisions on as well, toxic positivity is a bit of a defense mechanism. In the end, we don't want to perceive something as negative. We don't want to perceive our children as going through a difficult time. We don't want to acknowledge that we ourselves might be struggling. And we believe that focusing on the positive continuously will somehow improve the situation or mitigate it. And what we do with toxic positivity, oftentimes we belittle even our own experience, not just someone else's. It is the inacknowledgement that it is possible to have a positive experience and a happy life while also living with sadness and distress and worrying things.
Yeah.
The idea that we need to constantly be positive because if we're not, then we're in trouble, or that acknowledging any difficult emotion that we go through is somehow going to make us unhappy, is viewing the world in such a near extreme end on both ends that we don't necessarily acknowledge that life sits somewhere in the gray. That it is possible to be a person with depression or anxiety and still enjoy life. That those aren't necessarily one or the other. So yes, toxic positivity definitely has that mitigating factor. But the truth behind that is that most likely often what happens, the toxic positive person has never been taught that it's okay to have a negative experience.
Yeah.
They've probably never had that chance to just experience negative emotion and have that be received in a safe space. And instead they've been told, you know what, just be happy, be quiet, I don't want to hear you complaining right now. And it's all those mitigating factors that end up turning toxic positivity to a very commonplace thing. I mean, we interact with it continuously, where people just tell you, not now, now's not the time, just be happy, have you tried not being sad? All those kinds of terms that are thrown everywhere. And quite frankly, it really just is an indication to me oftentimes of someone who really struggles with the acceptance and the regulation of their own emotions.
Sure. Wasim.
I'll take the question.
I was thinking, which is quite a rare experience at 2:30 in an afternoon. Apparently, there are certain cultural groupings on our continent that have no word translatable for depression. In previous generations, we never spoke of a man being depressed. We said you were suffering from nerves or something. Depression is horribly stigmatized, even in the mental health. That 27% of depression in South Africa. It's an impossible question to answer in a brief time. What is driving that?
I think there's so many different factors that's driving the depressed person. And I think, it's also to understand there is the brain and the mind. The one is hardware and the one is software, if one tries to understand it as a computer model. And so negative events that affect us affect the software, but affect the hardware, which ultimately affects the software again.
No,
so if you
say
think
that again. Say that again.
So I always give the example, if I were to throw water onto your computer, that's going to affect the hardware if it seeps in, and that's going to affect the software in terms of you won't be able to open Microsoft Word.
I got it.
And so if you think of all the stresses that we face in modern day world, the urbanized world, the lack of cohesive and integrated families, I would even say the absence of faith in spaces, there aren't many resources that people can draw on, and I think it's having a detrimental effect on the internal worlds of people, both from a software and hardware perspective. So we're not just looking at devastating economic climates. And people always used to ask me, what's the answer to all happiness? And I would say, money. And they'd say, how can you as a psychologist say that? And I said, well, I've said it in jest, but if you think about it, if your loaf of bread for the day is covered, a lot of your stress is going to be gone. Marion spoke about your structures that you're living in. If it was the rainy season now, if there is no water coming through your roof, you will tend to be more relaxed and less distressed than a person who is dealing with all of this adversity. So I think we're seeing a lot of adversity on the rise in different spaces, in different ways, including people who are living relatively stable socioeconomic, at a stable socioeconomic level. And an example I give of that is that same uncle that I mentioned who took his car keys and gave it to the hospital. Although he's very articulate, because he's in court quite often, he then sometimes liked to just play the fool and said, Wasim, why is everybody mal? And I'm like, what do you mean? So he said, everybody has a psychologist now. We never had psychologists back then. I said, well, you're very old. So he said, yes. So I said, so you lived pre-cell phone, is that correct? So he said, yes, it's your reference to screen time. I said, what was it like living in a world before you had 100 emails in your inbox and each one is a crisis?
Yep.
At least for us it is. It's people who are desperate for help. I said, when did it become okay for people to expect me to respond instantaneously to a phone call? Where they asked, but we phoned you 3 times, and I said, yes, at 7:41, 7:44, and at 7:47. At all 3 calls, I was still in the bathroom. So I think we are living in an overwhelming age, and it's having a toll on our psychological world. And there's a neurobiology component to it, but also the psychological component, which is the mind itself. And we don't fully understand the link between the two yet. We understand bits of it, but it's not fully mapped. But we do know one is affecting the other. So that's a very long answer to the question.
Well, it was a massive question.
Yeah.
Please, Nikki.
Sorry. I think the effects of intergenerational trauma, birth trauma, early stages, has a huge impact, and it will continue. You talk about the teenage pregnancy levels now, and I think that's such a worrying thing. A mother just being, stressed in her pregnancy can have such an influence on that child's nervous system and make them maybe more prone to having difficulties later on. And so I think that just rolls over. So it's maybe one of the reasons why we're having such challenges right now.
And the truth is that will not be resolved in the 30 years of a new South Africa, tragically. I've selfishly monopolized the panel. What would you like to ask individuals on the panel?
Hello, my name is Lauren van Eck. Well, Hutchinson still. I'm from Utah Homeless Ministries. A little bit of context, we work with the people full in homelessness and addiction, and then into independence, working, employment, housing. In our approach and in our model, obviously we come across individuals that have different walks of life, from gangsterism to whatever they come across, either refusing treatment or accessing basic needs. We've been accessing or starting the case management model in that space. We're NPC, NPO, so we don't slot into the government and we don't slot into the private. So we've had to make a lot of resources available. So our MDT teams have occupational therapists, social workers, life coaches, and counselors. But our case management approach with the counseling element, we've found that, that's what I want your opinion on with regards to, does this sound right? But what we found is an individual coming in for case management intervention with mental health issues. Obviously, they're entering a space where they are destitute, and that was maybe because of their own decisions. Most of the time, it's because of their own decisions in life and circumstances that have led them to that. But they come in with mental health. We in our model, we look at mental health treatment before case management, because we say that regardless of how many places we make available to you, if you're depressed, you don't want to go anywhere. You don't have the motivation to. If you're psychotic, you can sit in as many sessions with the occupational therapist, with developmental, but you will still have that barrier. So we then head into treatment of mental health using the system, the government system. And then obviously, so we do occupational therapy assessment, mental health treatment, and then follow up on medication to see if the person is now functioning or symptoms are decreasing. And then we hit into case management. However, obviously with substance use, addiction, and homelessness, counseling has to start quite quick. Recovery counseling, or our registered counselors will begin, or our social workers will utilize counseling because it's within their caseload. The OTs might step in for psychoeducation in a more practical way. Take your medication. Here's a little flip chart. Come on, sort that out. So, however, in the counseling system, we are picking up a high need, and it goes almost like against the whole grain, where we're having to say to the individual, you're sitting in this predicament. You've got to fall on your sword. You've got to. So falling on your sword is taking the knee. You've got to say that I have pushed so far and I don't know how to overcome, which goes like against the counseling method where you're saying to a client, I'm going to empower you and work with you to find a path out. The person doesn't have it. So with regards to that and that counseling element of actually taking full control of an individual's life through counseling and understanding perspective and those kinds of things, is it a Is it beneficial in the long run when we begin the work readiness element, when the individual is now starting to work in our social enterprises, to develop skills, soft and hard skills? Or do you feel there is some other theoretical model that I'm not seeing with regards to treatment of, and I know this case management treatment is quite concrete, but the counseling element, we actually, they say don't force someone in counseling, but you actually have to grip in because the person's in crisis. Is there a model?
So I think I may be able to answer parts of the question because I didn't quite hear the part around this falling of the sword part, which is that they have to take, accept. Okay. So if we localize it to substances first, I think a major challenge with substances is sometimes we start with the wrong intervention, which is counseling because it's the most easily accessible of the most least accessible services. When you are addicted actively, so if it is crystal methamphetamine, the only substance to my knowledge that's not physically addictive is cannabis, but it's psychologically addictive, but the others are all physiologically addictive. The body is screaming out for it. The first step is detox, and detox requires that the person actually be outside of the environment in a detox facility because it can be medically quite unsafe once they're detoxing. And only after that, that's at least 3 to 6 months of detox before you can even commence with the counseling part. For me, I think it is about acknowledging so it's about acknowledging that it is a problem. I might not use the word defeat. I might say it's actually quite courageous that the person acknowledges that the illness is a significant problem and affecting the person. But I think the way in which it's worded based on your model of intervention, it doesn't necessarily, it's not going to necessarily be wrong or harmful. I imagine it's coming with a lot of buffering and a lot of support. But for me, it would be acknowledging that it is a problem. That's, I think, a hallmark of all substances or any sort of problem, whether it be depression, whether it be substance use, whether, and in the rare occasion with schizophrenia, where there's an acknowledgement of, it is to acknowledge that it's not just a problem for you, but for others as well. And that you do need help, and that one can't do it by oneself. So I think it's an issue of language and how one frames it to the person. And one could use the word potentially defeat. I mean, it could be okay depending on tone and support that is offered in that moment. So I don't think it's necessarily the wrong model, but I think it is fundamentally you're saying the same thing that most models are saying, is to acknowledge that there is an issue. Marianne?
Questions further?
I think the truth is going to be in your results. I mean, we work in health, we work on evidence-based. So if you're going to get success from that model in statistics, you're going to have to unpick it, because obviously numbers is one thing, and I always say there's the qualitative and the quantitative. So if the quantitative shows you an increase in numbers in terms of success rates, fantastic, but the qualitative might be proving something else and might be needing to be evaluated in terms of, is that person getting a sustainable outcome with the model that you are presenting?
Any other questions? Anybody have a question? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists for your time today. My question is just to try and understand, I mean, we spoke about early intervention and the fact that obviously the earlier you can intervene, the greater your chance of success. Early intervention, therefore, also means more people. Psychiatry is a limited factor, a very limited factor. I've got some conspiracy theories around that, but we won't go there, because it does seem to be quite rare, even in the public and in the private space. So what I want to know is there formalized or what are the thoughts around the interaction between government or the public space and then the private and the non-profit space? Because those two even aren't the same. So there's three spheres where activity is happening in this area. And it seems to me, and I could be wrong, so this is a question, I tend to make statements instead of asking questions, that they're functioning separately. Is there, and what is the view from, and I'm looking at you mostly, Wasim, what is the view from the public sector side in terms of coordination, the efforts of coordination around that, to address questions like has been raised from the floor already? How can we work better together? Because the non-profit sector and the private sector also wants to help carry that burden, but we want to do it in a responsible manner. So just your thoughts around that. Where could this go? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to answer first from a practical point of view in terms of what we actually have working here in the South from the hospital side. So what many people don't realize is that the healthcare system is a fully integrated system. When we talk about fully integrated, and Wasim showed it, where we have community-based services. And when it comes to mental health, as a result of COVID and everything that it brought about shining the spotlight, one of the things was highlighted was that we needed training for our community-based workers in terms of mental health and palliative care. Those are the two things that came up quite significantly. And when the department rolled out a online referral system for CBS, community-based services, we got a lot of kickback from our local CBS or CHWs, community healthcare workers, to say, we don't have training in this. When you refer someone for mental health, we can't help them, we don't know what. And we went, great. Now we have the statistics, we talk about evidence, now we can start putting into training. So and those are NPOs. Living Hope is one of our NPOs that does excellent work in terms of their community-based services in the South. And I always say they're quicker than fiber. When we need them to assist on the ground, we phone them, we WhatsApp them, and they are out there. And they will get the patient to the hospital, come hell or high water at any time of day or night, even though they're only supposed to work from 8 till 4. So it closes our gap of support from the hospital in terms of making sure that our mental health users get the support that they need. And at the same time, capacitating our NPOs. How it works at other district hospitals, I'm not sure, but I do know that they don't have that unique service. There is a CBS in place, but they're not as on the ball as what they are that we have here in the South.
I first want to concur and add in that I think if you're speaking about coordination between the NPO sector, private and state, it's three different arms, and in many cases we're offering very similar services, and there's a history and a context to that. NPOs arose and became quite robust in South Africa because of no services being offered to the majority of the population and having to take over those services. And one asks the question, what is the role of the NPO when the state should be providing it? It's a question, I don't know what the answer is to that, because there's also a life to the NPO sector that's quite powerful. Yeah.
Sorry. So the model has changed since 1994, which many forget, that we used to be a residual model where the government used to dictate what services had to go to whom. And now we have a developmental model, and not a curative model in head medicine, but developmental and holistic. So which means that we should be utilizing NPOs as part of our government services to extend the arm of our services, because they've been doing the work for so long already. So actually they're the experts in the field. We are carrying out policy, but they have actually got the capacitation that we need on the ground. And that's where the NPOs should be. And I know DSD is doing it beautifully in integration, but they don't get the funding. So budget is a big part of this as well. So there are funding for health care providers and community-based services, but budget cuts have happened recently, and we're feeling the pinch in the government sector. So that's why it's important to know that there is a relationship, but money is always going to be the driving force with regards to how it gets rolled out.
So I think, for me, I wanted to pick up on something that you had said, Marion, was communication. And I think the advent of technology has radically altered, although there is a lot of toxicity in the instant communication, but it has made it possible for me to communicate with somebody in Fish Hoek and False Bay. If Megan and I want to discuss a case, we can set up an MS Teams meeting now, even from our own devices, to consult with each other. So telehealth has been quite incredible in terms of being able to support each other and the networking that we're seeing that's happening, of actually becoming aware of what the NPOs are in this area, whereas before you had to go to this massive manual. So I think technology has enabled us to connect in a way, and we're seeing greater efficiency in working with each other. I think even with the private sector, if I just look at mental health services, we may have equipment, or health services, we may have equipment at Grooteskier or at Valkenburg that's not available in the private sector. And so there's already working relationships with private hospitals when they need that equipment to be able to come in and utilize it. So it's ultimately, I mean, our province believes in universal health coverage. How that's achieved is obviously up for debate. But the idea that everybody should have access to services and that we should be working in a coordinated fashion, and that it doesn't necessarily mean that everything has to be amalgamated, because in diversity there's also health. You know, that's a core principle just in terms of biology, that the more different players you have, the healthier the system, but with a degree of coordination in it. So I think you've asked a very thought-provoking question, but I don't think there's an easy answer. I think if I had to share some of my more controversial thoughts, I might be fired from Go. So I'll keep quiet, because I have a terrible case of foot-and-mouth colitis. Then the director walks in. So I'm speaking about working with. There is a place for all of us, and there's also a place for working together, and we see it. And I didn't want to use this example, but I will. So Valkenburg has an ECT suite. That's electroconvulsive therapy. It's not what people have seen in the movies. Those olden-style machines are long gone. It's a much more gentle process, but we are the only facility that has that. So people book out our suite. People have to come in from other hospitals, private hospitals, to make use of it. So it is, and then one of our psychiatrists is an expert in the work, so she's also giving her input into the space. So I don't think that that the divisions that are there should block us from engaging with each other. And world peace.
Okay, so it's not officially a question.
Woo! That was good timing. Yeah.
And world peace.
That was good timing.
Those observations aren't allowed.
This is Neal Bresler.
Oh, that was your
Double check.
I think so. At least the dominant.
It's okay. Maybe a double chair would be good.
Rob, I think it's
Okay.
So for me, it was more a comment, and even though I'm not a panelist, I'm putting my 2 cents in. It's events like this that bring us together, the NPO, government, private sector, because we can only work through communication, and that's been mentioned a few times, but it's events like this And that is the only way that I mean, already we've set up a few, like for myself, I'm Department of Health, I've already set up meetings with a few people in NPOs because they're the people that are going to support us, and how do we support them back? So really it's just through events like this. Sorry, I'm not a panelist.
CJ, when your son's soccer team has lost 9-0, you do not say to him, "Shame, but well played." You don't do that because you're diminishing his anxiety and his devastation at having been thrashed. What you say to him is, "That must have been really disappointing to you, my boy. But did you notice that 3 times you dispossessed their attacker? It would have been 12 without your contribution." And I try and teach parents to make a compliment specific and not treacly. Does that relate to the toxic positivity?
I wouldn't say it relates to toxic positivity at all, because at that point you are giving recognition to both the negative side, but you're also allowing a person to recognize the successes that they've had in that moment. One thing that we have to recognize that's become a very commonplace thing in modern life is that we tend to either focus overly on the negative side or overly on the positive side. And that has caused quite a lot of behavioral challenges within children, within adults. And the unfortunate thing is that if we don't assist with creating the type of neural pathways, this is where neuroplasticity plays a big role, that can recognize the small successes amongst the failures, we are not building what we know as distress tolerance. Distress tolerance is one of the most handy skill sets you could possibly have as an adult, as a teenager, and as a child. And we have different levels of this, play being one of the greatest ways to teach this in a child, where if you are being dealt a really bad hand, what is your ability to tolerate the distress of that moment, and what is your ability to recognize what you are doing right? Because that duality is always going to be there. We are always going to have that spectrum. And in fact, having that more direct approach, speaking on my talk earlier of neurodiversity, we put a major emphasis on language used in the mental health sphere. We have changed the way we speak about specific things to such a large extent, specifically because we recognize that need for how we use language and how we say things. Having a more direct way of stating something means that we don't leave it up to innuendo. And that is a handy skill, because especially when you're dealing with a child, we can't necessarily always expect for them to catch the innuendo that an adult brain has in that moment. They are extraordinarily perceptive, yes. But when we are very clear and we're not leaving any form of innuendo or second guessing in that moment, that is helpful, because that child is going to go, you know what, my father recognizes that this is something that I'm disappointed at. But you know what, he's also shown that he's proud of me despite that. And that direct language, that direct use, is where that usefulness comes in. That's where that helpfulness comes in. So definitely not toxic positivity. In fact, I would think that is your healthiest alternative route.
Yeah, that certainly broadened my understanding there. Robert, transformational leaders will convey a compelling vision, which you've just said. Where is the compelling vision in South Africa at the moment? Martin Luther King sold a compelling vision. So did Adolf Hitler, so did Churchill, so did Roosevelt, so did Julius Nyerere, so did Nelson Mandela. Why is there an absence of compelling vision in our country?
So the answer I have is that we have a culture of not valuing people. So our leaders have short-termism, and they're not prepared to invest in the sacrifice of leadership because they don't see the value of who they are. And so we have this culture of a lack of value for leaders, which translates to a lack of value for people in government, a lack of value for politicians, a lack of value for pastors, a lack of value for teachers. So we kind of, as a society, inherited what we've invested in. But I'm personally quite positive and optimistic. I think we've moved into what's called the dream society, which is post-information society. So We are seeing society where emotion and storytelling has been traded. People are buying coffee because of fair trade. The consumer is informed in what they're doing. And so we are having an educated market. And that's quite significant. What does that really mean? It means that businesses of the future, entrepreneurs, are going to be social entrepreneurs. People can't just go to university and go and join a corporate. They have to create a business which is a social business. So the very problems that we feel daunted by are the very opportunities for a new social environment, a social enterprise industry. And that gets matched with what's the fourth industrial revolution, where we're seeing robotics and AI. And I'm also positive about AI. I don't know enough about robotics, but I think mental health is going to be greatly impacted. The whole biomedical industry is going to be impacted by AI, which already it is, which means that people have access. And that's what we're wanting. Justice and democracy is about access. And IT and AI and technology is providing access. But it's always both, the light and the darkness, the yin and the yang that creates the balance. But I'm optimistic, and I think that our young people are questioning the morality and the moral code of our generation, saying, you have not delivered on a better world, and your systems haven't worked. So what's the alternative? And I think we're looking at a new economic paradigm, a new way of doing life, a new way of doing education, a new way of living. And I think that the dissatisfaction of our youth is actually, in many ways, an inspiration for something new. And if you look at the big movements in world history, they've got to do with the dissatisfaction of one age and the birthing and emergence of another. And we're on the cusp of a new age, I would say. So I'm optimistic.
Thank you for that optimism. Andrea, I believe we're already over time, so I'm going to thank the panelists for their compelling visions in the mental health sphere. Thank you, people.
Can I just ask the panelists to just stay a little bit longer, because we've got some gifts for you as a thank you. Yes, Chantal is coming to hand out the gifts. Not on those chairs, on that stage. It's a lesson learned for next time. My sincerest apologies. All right. Miranda, can I ask you to take the chairs down and just set up the stage again for us while we could do the thank yous?
Hi, Gavin. We just want to say thank you so much for giving your time and encourage and what you've bring for us. Okay? That is. I think you need it. Okay. Barbara, thank you so much for your time. I know that you're still going to talk to us now, but we just want to say a big thank you. CJ, thank you so much. Washim, thank you. Thank you for, it's your third time coming back to us. I forgot your name. Nikki, thank you for reminding us about play. And when you were doing that, what was coming back for me is for me dancing in the kitchen and just having fun. That's recently. Yes, definitely. And thank you so much what you're doing for us as a social worker. Last year we connected, and what you've done for us in our community. Thank you. Thank you so much. Robert, I will get back to you later. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 short segments left. There's a little bit of a break right now. And then let's make it 3:05, and then we've got 2 speakers still, and then we're done. Thanks.
Always get
Okay, I'm
back
so
to
sorry.
it.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
so
right.
that's why.
Thank you.
Okay.
Cool.
Good. Whoa, that is loud. I apologize. But I did get your attention. So we're coming into the home straight, and we just have 2 more sessions left. And I encourage you to make coffee. Hopefully you've gone outside, got some fresh air. You did that little puffer fish thing or something. Got the energy flowing again. Thank you for staying right into the bitter end, the bitter einders. I'm just going to give an opportunity to see if there's anyone outside who wants to make their way in. Grab a coffee, and we'll kick off with Barbara. All right. So we're going to welcome back to the stage Barbara, and I'll ask her just to introduce her topic as well. And I'm going to get myself out of the way and back upstairs so that I can do your slides.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Barbara, and the topic that I'm presenting on now links to my presentation this morning. Chantal particularly asked me if there were any links between positive intelligence, or what we call mental fitness, and spirituality. So I'd like to give you my view on that. As soon as, there we are, awesome. Slides are up. I'm just waiting for some people from the back. Thank you. So, in fact, I was in, when I was doing my training with positive intelligence, one of the other coach students asked the founder and creator, a guy, Shazad Shamain, he's a professor at Stanford, if there was a spiritual aspect to positive intelligence. And his answer was I thought, very good. Positive intelligence is not a spiritual program, okay? It's not. It doesn't favor any particular kind of faith or belief. However, what Shazad said was that many of his clients, irrespective of what their faith journey was, had actually said that positive intelligence had boosted their faith life and made a difference to their faith life, which of course none of us expected, because it was about our brains. So those of you who were here this morning, connecting back to what I said, essentially, the left brain, as we heard, is our survival brain, and it's fueled by fear. And that can be fear of rejection, fear of poverty, fear of failure, anxiety about an uncertain future. And as Rob said in his presentation today, a dearth of really inspirational leadership in the world at the moment. These are things we can all relate to, I'm sure, and things we think about. So I did my training 3 years ago, and I've coached many people in between. And just part of my own journey with positive intelligence, certain scriptures started coming to mind. And so I'm going to take you through a few of those. I've given the biblical reference, and then, sorry, some of them are in the King James Version. I'm giving my age away, because that's how I quote scripture. And there's some NIV. So let's go through this. So I started with this scripture in 2 Timothy 1 verse 7. For God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. And that was the first scripture about PQ that really resonated with me. So as we know, it's part of a letter written by the Apostle Paul to Timothy, encouraging him to be bold and not timid in his ministry. It emphasizes that God's Spirit empowers us, and I've underlined this, with strength, love, and grace rather than fear. That is how God empowers us. And it links to positive intelligence in the following way. The left brain, fueled or energized by fear. The right brain is fueled or energized by love. So with PQ practice and the habit, we aim to spend about 80% of our time in our sage mind, that is peaceful, the peace that passes all understanding, and the love for God, others, and ourselves. So that's how that linked. Does that make sense? Thank you. Then Matthew 7, 1 to 2. I love this. Guys, I love this. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. I often feel that we get judgment and loving each other really mixed up. And Jesus was very clear, do not judge. Do not judge one another. And then he was very clear about love one another. So our primary saboteur is our internal judge. I have very strong internal judge, used to, of myself and other people. And in reflecting back on my life, I had many regrets when I had judged others unfairly. So it's part of Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, and he warns about being overly critical of others without recognizing one's own faults. Yes, and the standard that we judge others, we will be judged by. PQ clearly shows us we might be overly critical of ourselves, circumstances, or others. This is not helpful for anybody. It's not helpful. And the picture I put up, you know, if you get really angry and you are ruminating about something, someone's offended you, and you are holding your hand on a hot stove, it is not helpful for you, it is not helpful for the other person or the circumstances. The flip side of judgment in PQ is blameless discernment. And Blameless discernment is the ability for us to discern what is happening, but without blaming ourselves or others. No negative emotion. Okay. Thank you. Bring me my water. So, similar, but from different references. Luke 6, do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. And then Matthew 6, 14 and 15. If you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins. And this is very profound for me. Forgiveness is a part of empathy. The ability to forgive ourselves for the mistakes we make, for times when we might fail at something we wanted to do or offend someone. And the Bible emphasizes the reciprocal nature of judgment and forgiveness. If I judge, I will be judged the same way. If I forgive, I will be forgiven. PQ helps us notice when we are being judgmental of others, ourselves, and circumstances. It's this growing awareness that is really profound. Many of my clients found that they were judging themselves most harshly. So most people I've coached, they judge themselves very harshly. Many of my clients also can forgive others more easily than they can forgive themselves. And PQ shows that forgiveness and gratitude are part of empathy, which is housed in the middle frontal cortex of our right brains. Guys, if you want to start feeling peaceful, centered in the moment, take 2 or 3 minutes to express gratitude for what you have around you and near you at that moment. It is just amazing. One morning I showered and got dressed and was drawing my curtains. There's a little thorn tree, thorn tree outside my bedroom window, and I heard a bird. I've got a thing about the wild birds. I just love them. And I looked, and there was a little sparrow in my thorn tree, and it was just a moment of pure joy and gratitude for the sparrow, for the tree, for my life, So the next scripture is Jesus talking. The first commandment, of course, is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. We know that. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is love your neighbor as you love yourself. So the Bible emphasizes that we should love God with all our heart. It also emphasizes the importance of loving others as we love ourselves. The idea of loving oneself is implied in the command to love others in the same way, acknowledging, again underlined, that a healthy sense of self-love is foundational for loving others. As part of my training, PQ, Shazad said to us, if you as coaches cannot have empathy for others, for yourself first, you will never be able to feel real empathy for others. And I found that really profound. So this verse suggests that self-love is natural and that we should extend the same care and consideration to others. The focus in Scripture tends to be love for God and others with an understanding of a balanced, healthy view of self being essential to do so effectively. So PQ suggests until we have empathy for ourselves that is unconditional, we cannot love anyone else unconditionally. And I found that to be very true. My judge was mostly judgmental of myself. I'd lived with this judgmental in my head, voice in my head for 61 years. It's not there anymore. So that's really profound. Romans, I love this. Can you just hear the Apostle Paul? A wretched man, or I should say woman, that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord, so that when with the mind I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh, the law of sin. How this links to positive intelligence, Paul also says, the things that I want to do, I don't do. And the things that I don't want to do, those are the things I do. A wretched person that I am. So, Paul is struggling with his mind's desire to follow God's law and his flesh tendency to sin. And then he expresses gratitude that the way is through knowing Christ, being the ultimate answer to this internal conflict I suggest many of us might have. And positive intelligence, sorry, just go back one. Yeah, so positive intelligence is not toxic positivity, okay? We are all flawed, and that's Stanford's way of saying we are all sinful. We are all flawed, all of us. But we are also equally all wonderful, because we are made in the image of God. We have been given gifts and talents and opportunities to use in our life to make the world a better place. So my clients and I came up with a new word, which is flawsome. Flawed and awesome. I'm going to have T-shirts made. Thank you. Of course, from Proverbs, for as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Eat and drink, says he to you, but his heart is not with you. So this verse emphasizes the power of a person's thoughts and intentions in shaping their character and actions. It suggests that a person who truly thinks in their heart determines who they are, regardless of outward appearances. In other words, we can't fool each other. And again, I said this morning, I don't want to repeat myself, if something happens and your brain is saying it's bad, 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 it will be bad. If something happens and you switch to your right brain, as you'll learn to do, the way of the sage mind, the right brain, is accept what is happening without any negative feelings, or look for a way to convert what is happening into a gift or opportunity. Corinthians, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. Here Paul is talking again about the spiritual battle against false arguments and imaginings that oppose the knowledge of God. He emphasizes the need to take control of every thought and align it to obedience to Christ. PQ teaches us to notice negative feelings and thoughts. You can't bring thoughts to mind if you're on autopilot and it's playing at the back of your mind. And that's why developing the saboteur interceptor is so important. You start noticing, you start becoming aware of what your mind is saying when you're on autopilot. So it teaches us to notice negative feelings and thoughts, stop, take 2 to 3 minutes to center our minds, then switch to our sage mind, which is fueled by love. PQ practice teaches us to self-command our minds. A lot of what I've learned, I'm facing a situation. I've been at this 3 years, and I look at it and I go, I can go through this on my own, trying to find my own solution and struggling, or I can go through this using all of my beautiful brain and God's grace and wisdom. It's a choice you make. It's a choice. PQ terms, self-command. Self-command. Romans, what shall we say to these things? If God is for us, then who can be against us? Paul writing obviously to the Romans, assurance that God is on our side. No opposition can ultimately prevail. It's a message of God's power, protection, and unwavering support for those who trust in Him. PQ links, no matter what challenges we face, we seek to live in a peaceful and loving place. In the shadow of His wings, we can put our trust in God. Then 1 John 4, 8 and 16, he that loves not knoweth not God, for God is love. And we have known and believed the love that God has for us. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwells in God, and God in him. So it's really emphasizing the importance of the nature of God and the importance of love. It reflects foundational Christian belief that God's essence is love, and that those who truly know God will express love in their lives. It links to positive intelligence. Right brain is fueled by love, love of self, others, and love itself. And the empathy power of the sage includes forgiveness and gratitude. With practice, these qualities and characteristics become easier to experience in the busyness of our lives. Through contemplative prayer, we can access that quiet, peaceful place inside our hearts where we encounter the loving, forgiving Savior. And we are enclosed in extravagant grace and limitless mercy. This is the most amazing place to live from. And all of us can access it whenever we want to, whenever we need to. Thank you. Was that my last slide? Oh, yeah, it was just my details. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Yeah, unfortunately our MC had to dash out, so that's why we are doubling our efforts here. Robert, last but not least, I'm excited to hear your final words. I don't think I need to say much more than that.
Yes, thank you, Barbara. Barbara always has such a gentle, soft, penetrating approach, just like gentle rain that goes into one's soul. Thank you. Somewhat embarrassed about the chair because I once fell in a grave when I was conducting a funeral service. And it felt like the vanity that I had dissipated. Right. So I'm sorry that you had to have such stamina. We're at the end, I think. So we're talking about ethics and governance. I think for a convention like this, you need to have something on ethics and something on governance. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a bit about ethics as a moral code. When you run an NGO or PBO or a company, organization, university, a church, the moral code is what creates for sustainability. And it's generally the moral code that has the crack. And it's what produces not only the risk to the leader, but the risk to the people that have been traveling with them. It's a big issue. So at the heart of any organization is governance. It doesn't matter if you're a big company or a small company, whatever you're doing, you need governance because it's what creates the sustainability. And I want to share with you some of the lessons I've learned over 20 years in how to build a governance framework for an organization. All right, so let's start with the reflections. So let's go back, sorry. Governance is really what's concerned with every aspect of an organization to make sure that it's transparent, accountable, efficient, and ethical, and adheres to legal and regulatory requirements while balancing the interests of all stakeholders. It's a good definition. So can we go to the slide on the ethics? Go back. So these are just two quotes. Augustine was a bishop in Hippo in North Africa, and hundreds of years of wisdom still come through. He says that ethics is right is right, even if no one is doing it. Wrong is wrong, even if everyone is doing it. That's a bit of wisdom through the ages for you. And Peter Singer says the whole point of ethics is to go beyond our own likes and dislikes and look at things objectively from the point of view of the universe. So these are very nice little cameos on ethics and governance. So I don't want to be long, so we're going to move to just some personal reflections. So as I shared with you on this day years ago, the James 127 Trust was started. We launched it on the 11th of October 2004. So we're 20 years. So it's a lot of experience in 20 years. And the organization works in the field of orphans and vulnerable children. We pioneered the concept of virtual adoption. And we are now putting into primary schools social change agents. They're like the traffic cop that coordinates activities in a school. And we are funding that role privately. And that private funding, we're hoping, can grow into a concept of social insurance where society will purchase the role as a kind of incubator of young youth leaders that are going to be able to manage and build a firewall because the country is going to have a fire. And we need to build the firewall. We're late in building it. So we think this is the right approach. So just to say that your governance and your organization, your appointment of your board is primary. Board members are chosen because of a number of things, and you want diversity in your board. You want to have your board with the same worldview that you have. You want the same values, ethos, subscribing to the DNA of your organization. The DNA is the immutable part that can't be changed. You want your board to be diverse in technical, professional backgrounds. You also want some of your board members to be give money, some give time, some give their relational networks, and some just give competence. So you want a really So we've had, in 20 years, 2 boards. So that's quite amazing. We change our board every decade. So to keep your board members for 10 years, it's an art. And you need to know how to create value for your board members. You need to know how to relate to them. So, and with the staff, we've had a lot of staff come and go. We've had lots of psychologists, lots of social workers, technical people. And we started a few years ago to turn the organization into what's a contemplative organization. We were not coping with the stress and the pressure and the demands that we had. So we thought, unless the Lord builds a house, the laborers labor in vain. So how do we integrate spirituality into the fabric of the professional life? How do we do that? And so at midday, we stopped working, and we literally just sat in silence with each other for 20 minutes. It felt a long time in the beginning, but we got used to it. In the beginning, we used to light a candle, and my Pentecostal friends were kind of very freaked out by lighting a candle. And then one day, the candle dripped onto the carpet, and I thought, we don't really need a candle. So we chucked the candle. But we sat in silence as staff every day for many years. And when you sit with your colleagues in silence for 20 minutes, you connect at a level that is incredible. It just takes away the noise. You can't really be bad-tempered and terrible when you're with somebody if you're sitting with them every day in 20 minutes in silence. It's the calibration and the adjustment. So the spiritual contemplative helped us to cope with the suffering of the children and the families. It took away the pressure of playing God and deciding who gets support, who doesn't. It helped us to measure that our success is determined not by outcomes, but by relational proximity, right relationship, righteousness. And so that was a very big determinant for how do we measure. So I would say after 20 years, I had a lovely, wonderful career in the diplomatic service. I liked the work, I enjoyed it, we traveled. Our last posting was Paris for 4 years, and to run an NGO and run it from scratch, just with an idea, was really hard, possibly more suffering than I would like to admit. But in the process, there are many things that have happened that have made me not feel ashamed being a white South African, being a Boerta. I don't feel a sense of, I don't have the baggage of that. And that's been a very good thing for me to have. I would have liked my children to remain in the country, but they've all left to go and live abroad because they're part of a global world. But I, in many ways, regret that because I wanted them to have a sense of a legacy and inheritance so that they would be able to live in this country with a sense of dignity and saying we want people with one future, one calling, and really. So the big thing is how do you build an asset-based partnership with local community-based organizations. That's a very important building block, asset-based community development. You also have to have a social change theory. It took us 20 years to get one. So ours is the dream, the dance, and the choice. The dream is we believe that God has a plan and a dream for each person, for each family, and He has a response to each crisis, no matter how big. The dance is proximity. How do we position ourselves by being present, with the presence of peace and shalom, in order to listen and to be present? And I think having money has been a problem because often you are seen as a resource rather than as a listener. That is often my reflection. So if you don't have a lot of money, it's a good thing, although you can't do much without it. So it's pros and cons. Finance is really important. We took a decision 20 years ago that the problem is not money, but secure transfer. So we built a social enterprise. We We used Sage Business One to run our full ERP system. I mean, that was a very big decision. Then we said, no, we're going to move to another easier product. We went to Sage. So for 20 years, we have had external audits, and we manage our finances to the cent, and we haven't in 20 years had an incident of misappropriation of money. Our sponsors have got a great sense of security in what we give. We don't get money from government, we don't get money from corporates, we don't get money from the lotto, and we don't ask for money. And we have enough money invested to run, if we have to, a very basic budget, so we are sustainable. So how did we do that? You know, I don't think we didn't start out knowing how we're going to do it, but we had a certain recipe. The recipe is relational proximity. Your network that you have as an NGO leader or as a person is very, very valuable. And you can use your network, and you can use your contacts, and you can use the people that you know to mobilize. But you can't build an enterprise like that for a long time. So at some point, you're going to need an access point to corporates. If you ask for money, you are literally standing in a queue begging for money. But if you go to a corporation and you offer them a service, then you can start getting access to leaders at a level that is more parity and more equal. So what we offered, we started a consultancy practice that specializes in social and ethics compliance. So in this country, if you're a certain sized organization, by law, you have to have a social and ethics committee. And many companies don't. So that is where we provide consulting services and help companies become compliant, and our clients are auditors. So we work with auditors who then put us in touch with their non-compliant clients, and we help them get compliant. And then you build a relationship with the company, with the leaders in the company, and you can then say, look, let's start dreaming about South Africa as a nation. How are we going to save this country from the ravages of poverty, unemployment, and inequality? What's the hope? You know, we can do charity, we can do philanthropy, we can do a bit of CSI, but it's not going to change. We need a better approach. We need a social market. So here comes some important thinking. In the Copenhagen Center for Future Studies, Rolf Jensen wrote about the Dream Society, and I spoke earlier about that. We are in the Dream Society. People are buying products and services because of an emotional content. So the mental health industry and what we are doing and caring for people is a service. And that service can be traded. And it's purchased by an informed society that says, if I don't buy this service today, I'm going to pay a premium for not paying for it tomorrow. So now you've got the exchange. You're now offering society a choice. And the difficulty is that we have to allow for them to choose. So the social change theory that we have is there's a dream. Yes, there's enough money to invest in people. There's enough knowledge to change and fix our education system. There's enough knowledge to fix the levels of a lot of things. I don't know whether we can always fix some problems, but we can make a big difference in mitigating the suffering that goes with it. So if the issue is not money, then what is the issue? The issue is agency. So here we come to a really complex thing. Whose responsibility is it for a just society? I think ultimately it's God's responsibility. So now we've got this concept of divine providence. God intervenes in nations, in countries, in crises, with a plan. Doesn't matter where you are in history, what is the plan? You have to ask the question, what is the plan? You need a discernment. Then God works through agency, human agency. What does that mean? He works through leaders. What do? They shape society. So here you've got a triangle: divine providence, human agency, shaping society. And this beginning of thinking shapes how we actually can construct a response to our society. You need a big picture. There's a plan through human agency, government, civil society, labor, and business. And what do? They have to coordinate policies, processes, procedures, best practice. And how do they do that? Through leaders, through organizations, through social entrepreneurs like you. People that wake up and say, I don't want to live my life in a small way. I have a big life to live. I want to leave this world in a better place than I found it. I have a dream for myself to be. So, yeah, this is the story that you have to sell. You're selling stories. You're telling stories. You're saying to people, I'm inviting you into my world to make a difference. We run with integrity. We run with regulatory. We're compliant. We do things properly. We're professional. We've got codes of conduct. We belong to different professional associations. Join us. You're welcome to. But I'm not going to compete with my partner organization to get the little bit of crumbs that there is. I'm saying to my partner organization, why are we fighting and competing over crumbs? There's a whole lot that we can get from society. And when the banks and the insurance companies wake up one day and say, you know what, if we don't address youth unemployment and unemployability, we are going to have social unrest. And once that genie's out of the bottle, you will not put it back in. If you drive in a lot of places, you've got informal settlements on the road. Your big arterial roads to airports and that are right on, the informal settlements are right on the road. You take away hope for people by keeping the status quo and by keep saying there's no solution, we can't do anything. What you're doing is you're building the pressure for that thing to blow. So at some point we've got to say, why must we give other people the responsibility for response? What can I do? What is my role? What can I do? So in that, there's partnership. Big invitation to being partners together and to try and make a difference. So the big thing around personal ethics is, I think organizations have got two main strategic risks. There's the ticking time bomb of the leader and the senior people, and there's a Trojan horse. These are two very big strategic risks. The ticking time bomb is a problem that the person is not taking responsibility for, that is undetected and is ticking, and is going to go off at some point, probably when it's the most inconvenient for the organization. So we need to know that. We need to have great level of accountability and shared responsibility. No, we are broken people leading broken organizations in a broken society. Our brokenness is accepted, but it can't be without some form of response. So we need to be contemplative, prayerful, careful in a situation where we are all undergoing formation. Somebody is responsible for caring for you in order that your formation is shaped so that you can manage the ticking time bomb and the risk that is there. The other is the Trojan horse. The Trojan horse is we're always anxious to have successful organizations, so we open up our organizations porously, and somebody comes in confident, assertive, with the solution to your problem. But they're not driven with your DNA, they're not inspired by your vision. They're coming with self-interest, and they come into your organization very dangerously camouflaged, and they can cause enormous problems in the organization. So, ticking time bombs, Trojan horses, these are real risks. And managing your staff ethically, being fair, I really like the idea that leaders eat last. There's something profound about that. I like the idea that leaders need to care. People need to affirm and validate. You need to say thank you. Max Dupree, a great writer on leadership, said that leaders define reality and say thank you. Somebody needs to say thank you. And that's the leader's job, it's their role. And if you're a leader and you're not doing it, you need to do it. Okay? You need to say thank you, and you need to affirm and validate that although you're not affirming and being affirmed and validated. It's just the cost of leadership. And then, yeah, and I think, so my takeaway after 20 years is, would I do it again? The answer is no. I don't think I'd have the courage to repeat 20 years of running a social enterprise. I would have remained a diplomat, and I would have been retiring now. I turned 60 last week, and I would have a pension, medical aid, and I would retire comfortably and watch the news and track international relations. But I was invited into the space, and I have changed. When I turned 50, I would have said my transformation was rather limited. At 60, it's much more substantive. So transformation really has got to do with something profoundly spiritual, psychological, mystical. And I want to leave you with a thought. So I'm going to come back to Barbara's analogy of the swallows. So the swallows fly from Oxford, a little nest, to a nest in Tunisia. They can migrate between two nests, and the swallows do not use navigation like a lot of birds. They don't use, sorry, it's the robin. It might be the swallow, but the real biological correctness is the robin. They don't use the same navigation. They use quantum mechanics. We don't quite know how they do it, but there's a little biology behind the eye, and the swallow, the robin is able to fly between the two nests. They're not using navigational gravity. They're using something quite mystical to navigate the two nests. So, I believe that all human beings, without exception, are created in the fullness of time, in the mystical space of a creator God. And how you define that and how you unpack that is for you to work out. But I think we created. And when we created outside of time, in the mind and fullness of that creator. So that is the one quantum coordinate. Then we are formed in our mother's womb, and we are shaped. And that formation comes with it all kinds of challenges, from epigenetics, trauma coming down the generations, and we ourselves have trauma. At different levels, we are shaped by things that happen. Some things shouldn't happen, but they happen. And so we go through life with this kind of battering of suffering and pain and things. But something in our brain, in our inner being, tells us there's a nest in heaven. We have an identity outside of who we are that is our true self, that is something, and I think we have a memory of it. It's embedded in the neurological, the smallest nano-quantum part of the brain. So now we have an instinct of who we are. We're trying to find that connection with our true self. And so we're searching, and we look for it in all kinds of things, and we can't find it. We fixate on so many human things. And the young generation have a very strong fixation on things. And they're fixating because they know that what our generation has given them is false. They're wanting the true self, but they can't connect. So it's like an internet that buffers and goes round and round and round. And in that pain of buffering, they're susceptible and vulnerable to all kinds of terrible things that happen. And so that cycle of being hurt, that cycle of being damaged by the pain and suffering of life now shapes them. Now, when we're working in a society where you see such injustice, we work with parents that have died and the teenagers are looking after their siblings, and the horror of that, without resources. Young girls, they have no resources for doing that. And so But they have an identity. They know who they are. So when we're working with society and with communities and with people, we need to always have a sense that we can bring forward their essence and who they really are. Although we find them in where they're at and we journey with them in the brokenness, we don't fix them. We're not there to take away and diminish their vulnerability or their suffering. We can't do that. But what we can do is we can give them a hope that they're loved, that they're known, they're accepted, recognized, and that they're unique. And that they need to find themselves in the fullness of time. And how they do that is for them the great quest. It's a brave quest. It's a big thing for them to do. So just to say to you, thank you for what you're doing in your organizations, the care that you're showing people, the listening that you're doing, and the unlearning and the growing. It's an investment in the fullness of time that you have no idea of knowing what the returns of investment are. And with that, I bid you farewell and thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Lots of wise words. And thank you, everybody who stayed to the very bitter end. Really appreciate it. We are finished for the day. Yay! So there's nothing else left to say except for thank you for being here. And I hope you're going to come and visit us tomorrow for the expo. My team will come rolling in here just now and remove all the decorations here so we can flip it for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.